Welcome to the initial meeting of the Infrastructure Strategy and Operations Committee, the 14th of March. Any apologies? No apologies. Declarations of interest?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I should declare that the Happy Youth Theatre Trust has been dissolved, so that's no longer on my list.
Thank you. Public forum, we have a couple of members wishing to speak today. Brodie, you wish to go first? You come up to the podium and it's all yours.
Thank you very much. I get nervous every time I do this. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I was originally coming in to speak in a public forum due to my no spray zone being sprayed along the roadside of our property. However, during the process of finding out where it went wrong, I've also discovered that there are other failures happening that I think need fixing. So I've just got a wee slideshow that will show pictures along the way of the evidence I've got to support my claims. So the damage occurred, after a damage occurred to plants on my property in early 2022, I applied to be on the no spray list for the council. I applied for that on the 16th of 5th, 2022, sent my documentation in, but 3 months later, on the 19th of August, I had to stop another council contractor from spraying down my roadside. This reminded me that I had not received a response from the council, so I sent another email back on the 22nd of the 8th. It read, I never received a response regarding the email below. On Friday, I had the spray vehicle drive past my property and luckily spoke to them before they sprayed anything on the roadside. They had not been informed of our no spray zone, which made me believe it was not processed. Can this please be sent to the relevant team member as soon as possible to exclude our roadside from the spray program in the future? The reason I needed this done was in January 2022, the roadside sprayer went past without reading my no spray signs in a blowing easterly, and it drifted into my section, hitting my courgettes, pumpkins and squash. This resulted in them dying and me having to discard any fruit which was on them. I also have fruit trees within 5 metres of the roadside, so I would prefer these not to be hit with chemicals. A complaint I do have is that I saw on the website today there was a public notice informing people the spray is now making its way around. I check the website frequently, and this was not posted until 3 days after the sprayer had actually passed our property. Please pass on to the relevant person that it might be best in the future to get this out before they start spraying, not after. This will give people time to contact the council and become a no spray zone. So the response I received was, hi Brodie, I'm sorry about the experience you have had with your no spray zone application. I did receive your application in May and had processed my part of the application. I then saved it to wait on James Allison to sign and approve the application, but it was unfortunately lost at this stage. When the contractor came to us a few weeks ago that they were going to start the spraying operation, it jogged my memory and I went hunting for it. I verbally passed on your address to them, but they forgot to pass it on to the subcontractor. I followed this up and will also follow up with our communications team, the speed at which they are putting things on our website. These are valuable lessons to us. I've sent the instructions to our GIS mapping man to add your no spray zone to the district map. And that was from Angela Ferguson. So attached to this email was the documentation stating that I had been added to the no spray list. So come May 2023, and once again, I see the spray truck coming down the road. I stopped them to make sure that they had my updated no spray information, but they did not. I stated where the no spray zone was, and they continued on their way and did not spray the area. However, they did say they would follow this up for me. So the next spraying operation was in around August 2022, and the only reason I realised that it had been done because all the roadsides around my area had been sprayed, except our roadside. So I presumed that I was now correctly on the no spray zone mapping system. So come 5th of December, it's just been, I acquired an extra 19 goats, and this is for controlling gorse, thistles, broom, blackberry, and other annoying weeds on our block instead of using chemicals. The idea was to get them used to being moved and fenced in by a hot wire, and then eventually I would be setting them up in a paddock next to an area where we have a blackberry issue. This patch has been the size it has for as long as we have lived there, which is 7 years, and I've seen it being sprayed by council contractors 4 times now, and it comes back every year just as thick. I was due to move the goats into this paddock on the Monday as part of their rotation and was looking to give them short bouts of daytime access to the roadside with the use of electric fencing to tackle the blackberry issue. I'm now well aware that I have to get a permit to do that, so I did learn something from this. So on Friday the 1st of March, on my way into Balclutha, we passed the spray operators on Old Port Road. So I did a U-turn and went back to speak with them, and I just wanted to make sure that they were aware of my no spray zone, which they said, yeah, the pumpkin patch lady. So I presumed that they understood where it was. So I finally got home at 4:30, and to my horror, they had sprayed my no spray zone. So to say I was livid was an understatement. In the council's own document with the contractor South Roads, Clutha District Council Road Network Maintenance 2022 to 2027, page 214 of 258 under the roadside spraying part, if the frontage is maintained by the property owner to council satisfaction and marking the area with no spray signs or marker posts, or on council no spray register, these areas are not to be sprayed. So this is either a council error or contractor error, whichever way it is a complete failure of the system. So on page 217 of the Road Network Maintenance document, it states the contractor shall place a public notice in the local paper at least 1 week prior to the operation commencing and a contact phone number for any inquiries. Public notices of weed control spray programs will be published in a local community newspaper by the contractor or on the council website, generally twice per month and at least 1 week prior to the commencement of any work. The notices will specify the area where the weed control program is to be carried out, the type of chemicals to be applied, the period of the application subject to weather conditions permitting, and vegetation to be treated. Prior notice is to be approved with the council, approved by the engineer. However, the notice on the council's website do not comply with the council's own requirement. Do not comply with the council's own requirements. My no spray zone falls under the Waropa area. And as you can see in the photos, the anticipated spray week for the week starting 26th of February did not state Waropa, nor did the notice for the 4th of March, but only now has it been stated on this week's notice starting the 11th of March. A reminder, my no spray zone was sprayed on the 1st of March, 10 days before the notice for my area went on the council website. This is a repeat of the complaint in my email to council back in August 2022. There appears to be discrepancies between the dates stated on the council website and when the spray contractor has actually started the job, which renders the council notice of spraying page completely useless. I also tried to locate publicly available information stating what plants were included in the council's roading plan, but apart from the original no spray application, which states horse broom, etc., as the pest plants, I was unable to find anything else. How are landowners on the no spray register how are the landowners on the no spray register meant to know what is or isn't deemed a pest plant, especially if something has only recently been added to it? And I believe blackberry is a recent addition to that list. Through documentation sent to me by James Ellison, I had now got the list: blackberry, broom, gorse, toy, Montepella, Nacella, tussock, so a whole heap of things. However, nowhere on this list, nor on the Otago Regional Council's pest plan, does it state Scotch thistles. Yet, over an area of at least 10 kilometres from the beginning of Freezing Works Road to my property out Kaihiku Road, there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of already seeded dying Scotch thistles which have been sprayed in the most recent spray program. So they're at the end of their life and they've been sprayed. All work is to be carried out. This is a statement on the council's road network document page 217 public relations. All work is to be carried out with due regard to members of the public, and the contractor is to ensure that the image of council is maintained positively at all times by ensuring that all spray use is safe as practically possible for the applicator, public, adjoining properties and animals. Spraying shall not be undertaken in any manner which could cause the chemicals to fall on any areas other than the areas specified to be sprayed. So every area that has been sprayed that is thistles is not specified to be sprayed. So I just want to show that's the area of the blackberry that's been sprayed on my property, and that's an area that hasn't actually got any spray touching it. Because of the angle the contractor is spraying out, as a side note, I'd like to mention that blackberry is not stated anywhere on the ORC's pest plant list, nor on any publicly available documentation on the council's website. In the NZTA vegetation control document under section 3.5.7, control of contamination, it states that no spraying of edible fruits, for example, blackberry, are to be done between the periods of 1st of October to the 28th of February. The guess for this, I believe, is to prevent insect harm while flowering and wildlife and humans from eating possibly sprayed berries. While this particular spraying operation has taken place 2 days after the 28th for that cutoff, the contractor should have taken notice that the blackberry plants that he has sprayed on the roadside of my property are still fruiting strongly. Common sense should have been used, and the contractor should have refrained from spraying these plants to prevent chemical contamination of our local wildlife food source. Because of the angle the contractor is spraying from out the passenger window, so he doesn't get out and physically spray it, he drives along the road and sprays it out the window. At this time of the year, the spray is having to pass through a thick layer of dead seed-headed grass, meaning plants are not being effectively and sufficiently covered with chemical. If there's not been a 100% kill rate achieved within a 6-week period from the date of spraying by the council's own documentation, the contractor has to respray the area within 2 months from the date of the original spray at the cost of the contractor. Are the council staff actually following up and making sure the contractor's work is up to standard? I suggest possibly not, because within my area, there are multiple pest plants that have been sprayed and sprayed and sprayed and are still well and truly alive because they're not getting a constant, sufficient covering of the chemical, including my patch of blackberry. The contractor is also spraying directly at fence lines, causing a large amount of spray drift to go onto landowners' paddocks, oftentimes with stock present in these paddocks. Due to the type of chemical being used, spray drift will not be seen in the form of dead grass because it's a tauron-based chemical. So within a week or two, when there's been periods of rain, any evidence of spray drift will be gone because the pink will have washed away. That does not mean the chemical is gone from that particular site. It takes a long time for that chemical to break down in the soil. So on page 217 of the Council Road Network document under public relations states, no herbicide shall be applied upwind, off, or within 5 metres of people or animals at any time. Well, it's not to say that the stock in these paddocks don't consume the grass on the other side within minutes of that area being sprayed. Is that actually safe? On our property, there was an area where red dye exceeded nearly 2 metres into our paddock, yet the spray drift from that would have actually been much further. Spraying shall not be undertaken in any manner which could cause the chemicals to fall on other areas other than specified to be sprayed. And the NZTA document, section 3.5, chemical methods of vegetation control, it is the contractor's responsibility to ensure that non-target species of vegetation and non-targeted areas are not affected or damaged. Section 3.5.6, prevention of chemical drift. The contractor shall prevent chemical drift when spraying. And section 3.5.7, control of contamination. The contractor shall ensure that no toxic or contaminating substances are allowed to spill or drip onto non-targeted land or water during the work. So why are our roadsides being sprayed at this time of the year anyway? When gorse, broom and thistles have all gone to seed, blackberry is still fruiting, and the grass is so long you can't actually see the areas that you are trying to spray. There's so much above ground material, it creates a recipe for under-application and ineffective pest plant control. To farmers in this room, if you employed a worker on your farm to spray broom and gorse and they went around spraying all the dead thistles in your paddock, how happy would you be? James was able to confirm with me the chemical used in this particular spraying operation were Grossace Reclaim Brush Killer, Force Penetrant, and either Beemnia or Growmark Markerdye. A significant issue that we're now facing around the world, much like the overuse of antibiotics, is the issue with plants becoming resistant to agrochemicals. This can happen over a period of time where plants build up a resistance to the agrochemicals, which can be due to under-application. The blackberry patch on my roadside has now been sprayed 4 times in 7 years that I am aware of. And it keeps coming back. Spraying upwards from the road through thick tall grass is preventing the blackberry from being fully covered, which long term could lead to this patch developing resistance and subsequently birds eating the fruit, distributing the adapted seed around the district, creating more of a problem. Looking at the back of the Reclaim Brush Killer label, it states Reclaim Brush Killer is a pyridine carbolic acid, boxylic acid herbicide. Some species may become resistant following repeated doses. So I spoke with Malcolm from Delta Utilities, and he confirmed the application rate of 1.5 litres per 600 litre tank, meaning it is being applied at a rate of 250 mils per 100 litres. This is the minimum rate stated on the Reclaim Brush Killer for the control of broom and gorse. The instructions on the label state that gorse and broom need to be sprayed during the active growing season from spring through to early summer. Here we are in autumn. It also states on its label that blackberry needs an application rate of 500 to 650 mils per 100 litres, which is actually double the rate that gorse and broom requires. I made this comment to Malcolm, and a couple of minutes later he claimed that he got it wrong, and in fact the spray was made up at the blackberry rate. He went from being very friendly on the phone and to cold and only replying in short answers. I asked him to email me the documentation confirming the application rate, which he said he would, and I even sent a text so he had it in writing. However, I'm still waiting to hear back from him. That was last week. So either way, if they are spraying the plants like blackberry at the lower rate, which is actually the most likely case, then they are under-spraying the blackberry significantly. The under-application could be contributing to issues that we are seeing in regards to chemical resistance, but the problem actually is they're not killing the plants. They're just giving them a tickle up pretty much. They're being contracted to kill these plants. But in fact, if they are using double the amount of chemical for blackberry, then again, that is irresponsible use. It's being used incorrectly, and it's double the cost. Remember, this spray operator sprayed hundreds of dead thistles from that same spray tank. That's a lot of unnecessary chemical discharge into the environment. So to finish off, I'll tell you a story about a particular day.
Discharge is the volumetric flow rate of a stream. It equals the product of average flow velocity.
I'll just go through some of these here. So to finish off, I'll tell a story about a particular day in around 2005 when I was working at Puzzling World in Wanaka. My boss, Heidi, asked someone to go around Puzzling World, the Puzzling World grounds, and remove all the dead heads on the roses. I put my hand up eagerly, and Judy, my co-worker, took me outside and showed me how to do it, and I was sent on my merry way. 2 hours or so later, I came back in with a bin full of rose heads. Unfortunately, there had been a slight breakdown in communication. I had accidentally removed all of the rose heads instead of just the dead ones. This was due to Judy demonstrating the process on a healthy flower, and my 15-year-old brain hearing the job being said as deheading instead of deadheading. My boss was not impressed, and I was left incredibly embarrassed. However, within a month or two, the roses again were in full flower and looked the best they ever had. To this day, when staff are being told how to deadhead the roses, they get the story of how a previous employee removed every single rose head. The situation is no different. There has been an issue arise through failures in communication, and multiple parties are involved. Procedures and backstops need to be put in place, or if they are already in place, they need to be revisited to get it right. If I was a certified organic farm and this had occurred, I would have lost my certification. I asked that the council actually stop the spraying operation until these issues can be addressed and public assurance can be made that contractors and subcontractors are actually complying with contracts and legislative requirements. So I'll just go through here to show some of the berries and the copious amounts of areas that have been sprayed. This is all on my property. My goats eat those thistles through the thing. They really don't have any seed here. There was no reason for that to be sprayed. They're at the end of their lives. They're all Scotch thistles. Hard to see in this picture, but there is actually spray drift up to 2 metres into this paddock. And these are on roadsides around other people's properties, showing that there is spray drift going through, and this is the angle that they're actually spraying from. So there is a weak horse bush on the other side of that. He's sitting in his vehicle, shooting it straight out the window. That's not effective pest control. So these are the pictures of thistles that have been sprayed around the area that were already at the end of their life, as well as the broom that has already seeded. And that's just within a couple of K radius of my property. This is a pest plant on the side of the road that I think is quite a noxious weed. I don't know the type, I don't know what it's called, but it's already at the seed set stage. So by spraying these plants, they are actually already done their cycle. It's pretty much it.
Any questions for Brodie? Councillors?
Not a question, observation on my road, Brodie, you're right. And they were too late doing the roadside down my road. They're probably a month, 6 weeks too late.
Further questions? Any questions? Well, thanks, Brodie, for bringing this issue to us. I'm sure.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Chair, I have a question I'm unsure of, and I'm not sure if Brodie can answer this or not. When the roadsides aren't sprayed, who is responsible for maintaining that roadside?
The owner of the property,
You
adjacent, yeah.
you have to
Yeah.
take ownership of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I've been personally doing is going
With-
down the road with my clippers, and every time a broom plant
Sure.
or a gorse bush comes
Yeah.
up, I go and chop it because I am trying to be spray free.
Yeah.
That particular patch has been an ongoing issue that just never gets addressed properly. And I believe that Delta is going to be coming out and actually mulching that whole area down to help break the chemical down quicker. And now I'm aware, obviously, that I can't put animals on the side of the road without a permit. But the goats are one of the only things that will actually get rid of that blackberry, and they'll get to the point that there will be nothing come back through on there, and I'll actually be able to run stock down to keep that roadside clear. But yeah, I go down and hand cut everything down.
Do you harvest the blackberries? Because I would.
Not now. No.
They come more palatable with some of those chemicals on, but
Yeah, all good things.
Councillor Martin.
your eyes are turning red.
Brodie, I don't know, it's possibly, no, it's not advice and it's not a question, but we had a similar issue with the property I had, and I approached the council and got a permit and actually shifted the boundary fence out further to the road edge, and then grazed it to get rid of the blackberry and stuff, and it's
Yeah.
fine, that fence is still there today, and still got the permit with the council, so there's another option.
Yeah. I don't personally want to put I don't want to put like anything that's too, like a hot wire would be sufficient. The goats would literally go in there for an hour a day over the course of a week, and then probably go back in 3 months' time. So it won't be too much of a major. We maintain the rest of it quite easily. But thank you very much.
Any questions? Thanks, Brodie. Phil, you wish to present? Welcome, Phil. The microphone is yours.
Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. Firstly, I'm not here to make enemies. That's not our goal. Although some of the things I do say might come off a bit prickly, and I can't help it. It's just the way it is. Right, so I'm Phil Barrett, and I'm here today to deliver some information and offer some advice, some of my own and some on behalf of the growing number of people that are behind us. Firstly, I'd like to thank all the brave councillors who attended the well-supported meeting in Balclutha and answered some questions put to them by the people that pay the wages. Your honest and sensible approach is appreciated. I'd also like to thank the Mayor for not coming, because it was a better meeting without his politicking and spin. We as a group have gained credibility, and the support from the wider community has grown, with some very clever people and individuals now coming on board to support our cause, with meetings in Tapano and Milton now to follow. The advice received, Mayor Cadogan, is you obviously do not speak for the whole Clutha District Council. You are one voice, not everyone's voice. And your obvious effort to derail the well-organised meeting has been seen for what it is. And I'd actually like to read out to you 5.3, Relationship with the Public, the Clutha District Council's own code of conduct. Given the vital role that democratic local government plays in our communities, it is important that the council has the respect and trust of its citizens. To facilitate trust and respect in the council, in their council members, they will ensure their interactions with the citizens are fair, honest and respectful, be available to listen and respond openly and honestly to citizens' concerns, represent the views of citizens and organisations accurately, regardless of the members' own opinions and matters raised, and ensure their interactions with citizens and communities uphold the reputation of the Clutha District Council. Bit of food for thought. Also, excuse me. Also, we see an effort to discredit some people because of past mistakes. I myself am guilty of many poor decisions being made. But for every stupid decision I've ever made in my life, I've been held to account, and there have been consequences, something I doubt everyone in this room can claim. With that in mind, I can tell you that through the efforts of some amazing people within the team, We now have open dialogue with the Ombudsman Office, a case number and direct contact. Why? The live stream of last month's meeting revealed some startling footage. Actually, firstly, some advice to the Mayor and to the CEO. You will not get any votes for patting yourselves on the back for working in the weekend. Many people do this, and certainly not for the money that you're getting. This is rural New Zealand, and a lot of people work 7 days a week. Making decisions on a Sunday to give to councillors to vote on as if, making decisions on a Sunday to give to councillors to vote on as if they have seen them at the last minute is inappropriate and looks rushed and disorganised. We see evidence of councillors not being fully informed, rushed and voting without all the known information being supplied. This is probably why the Ombudsman recommended being live streamed in the first place. A point of order is the correct and appropriate way to politely ask if a procedure is being followed in a meeting. And we see many occasions in the last meeting where this should have been used. Perhaps the meeting etiquette could be offered to our councillors, along with diversity and Māori language courses, to bring out better outcomes. Now, the elected members, our representatives, our last bastion of hope for democracy. The obvious failings of the last government's ideology has filtered down to all our councils. How do we know this? Because every council in the country is broke. That means the last socialist system did not work. And simply asking for more money without changing habits or practices is the very definition of madness. Doing the same thing time and time again, hoping for a different result. This council have now involved our children and our grandchildren in this lunacy. Has anyone ever sat down and informed their grandkids that they will have a debt loaded against them to pay in the future because of decisions made around this very table? We all know that we need rates to pay for certain things. That's how the system works. But any business in the world being run in this manner would be shut down. Imagine going into the bank and saying, I need money because I have none. I'm not going to change anything I do, but just give me some more. How do you think that would work out? Would anyone even have the gall to do it? And lastly, to the councillors, I would ask each and every one of you what it is that you need from us. How can we help you? We will certainly bring the voice of the Clutha District to you so that you can represent us here at the council table. And that voice is overwhelmingly against handing out money without a change of business model. It's also obvious as councillors, you cannot bring certain things to the table and certain things are not said. We haven't got that restriction. So please get in touch. You're more than welcome to join the Clutha Concerned Citizens Facebook page, or as some of the council already on the base proposal page, you can do this anonymously if you have to. There's others doing that. As always, I thank you for your time and hope that some of you at least will think about what we are saying. We look forward to the council's tick box meetings and ask that some of them at least are scheduled for a time that the hard-working people of the Clutha District can attend. And actually, this was an afterthought, but in closing, it's probably worth mentioning, just so that you don't get caught with your pants down again, that the Labour-led experiment in this country has been comprehensively kicked into touch. And many of the race-based and idealistic agendas will be repelled by this new coalition government. So perhaps as a council, you'll need to get your head around that, accept that, and plan accordingly. So thank you very much for your time.
Questions for Phil?
Yeah.
Councillor Darren.
Phil, Kevin, you started off, can you just tell me the first word? You mentioned about your cause or your goal. I can't remember what it was.
Our goal
What's
throughout all of this is to try and inform people, bring people with us, and support you guys, the councillors, to make the right decisions. That's what our goal is. We're not trying to make enemies or try and upset people.
So,
There are very important decisions that need to be made regarding our future, the town's future, everyone's future. And it doesn't just involve us all chucking a big heap of money in a pot for people to dig it out.
so can that happen in advance or only in hindsight? Like,
Well, I think planning needs to be done beforehand, doesn't it? You can't do that in hindsight. And we've already got hindsight. That's what we've got now.
yeah, so you're trying to suggest that we need to be better planners.
Yes.
That.
Well, we're heading fast towards a 10-year plan. That's gonna seal our future for the next 10 years, isn't it? So yes, definitely, we need to plan better. Definitely.
Just clarifying your goal.
No, that's good. Appreciate it.
Councillor Ludeman.
Hi, Phil. Alison Ludeman. Actually, I'm quite disappointed by your comments, and I could sit here and say nothing, but honestly, I can't. I'm sorry, but I think you have been rude to Brian, who was voted in by the public at the last election to do a job. Councillors around this table have also been voted in by the public at the last election to do the best we can do. I'll never say we'll get it right all of the time, but I do say that we try hard at what we do. And yes, you're entitled to your opinion, and that's fine. But actually, for me to sit here and take that on the chin without making a comment back, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Look, everyone's welcome to their opinion. Stand at the next election and have your say. But I just think the criticism here to the mayor, the councillors and staff, I'm sorry.
You've got to be completely right, because I'm not criticising the staff
Well,
at
that's how
all.
it sounds.
And
Anyway,
I'm
I'm not debating. I've made my comment.
Well, no, you started.
No, let's just not get into that. Was there a question there?
It's no question. It's actually a comment, and I'm sorry if it's out of order, but that's what I want to say.
Any more questions for Phil? Well, thank you for coming, Phil.
Cheers, mate. Good on you.
We listen and hopefully we hear.
Good on you.
Thank you. Right, back to the agenda. Punch in the code numbers again. We'll go to item number 1, the Milton Reserve Management Plan feedback and amendments. And I'm just wondering if we actually split this up, because the split it up so that to separate the Taylor Park Cabins issue from the rest, because I fear or think that is going to be the bulk of the argument. So unless there's some opposition to going with the recommendations 1 and 2 A, B, C as a first part.
I think that's a good idea, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to move 1, and did you want,
And
the 2 A, B, C? Yeah, I'm happy to move those as
Excluding
well.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I think you're better off doing recommendation 1, just to receive the report. I think the chairman is suggesting that we, in the debate section, separate it so that you know logically that you are debating, let's say, Taylor Park, that aspect, because there are other resolutions relating to other parts.
So I'm happy to move that we receive the report.
Second.
all those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Oh, sorry, councillor Barron.
I need to make a declaration to start. Firstly, there has been apparently a conflict of interest, which I mentioned at my verbal submission, that as a councillor I cannot vote in this discussion, but I'm allowed to have partake in the discussion. So recommendation 1 states that
Can we let Mike do it?
Mr. Chairman, I think I know what we're just saying is, you're right, councillor, just to be very quick, you can vote on matters that are not part of the submission, councillor. So you are able to vote on number 1.
Can I also get a clarification, because I thought a conflict of interest was entirely for the member to ascertain whether it is or not. So, Councillor Barron, it will be on your own conscience as to whether you feel you can or not, because ultimately it's you that decides, and it's not the advice given by others. It is on your heart and on your conscience where you go. So, just as long as you know the motivation for you declaring an interest.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
My goal has always been to support the ratepayers. And my conflict of interest apparently goes against that goal, which you're stating to me now. Is that correct? Like there's consequences for me doing what I've been doing, putting in a submission.
So right, conflict of interest has to be at the moment, we all are entrusted with this issue. To come also as a member of the public means that there could be a perceived conflict. So if you were to go, hand on heart, I don't believe I'm conflicted, then you could vote. But then it's out of your hands whether any member of society decides to say, I'm challenging you, and then we're exposed. So at this point, it is up to you, but from there on, it's up to any member of the public as to whether they wish to challenge you, and that is the exposure that the council has. But it sits, at the moment, it sits entirely on you whether you feel you're conflicted or not.
Just for clarification, Mr Chairman, there is another component, your worship, to the conflict of interest, and it's a quasi-judicial or statutory process where the councillor has submitted. That's not the same conflict of interest approach that you would take as to what you're describing. It still requires the councillor to make the decision, but it is a different decision and on a different basis that he makes a decision. And I have advised Councillor Barron of that distinction. Yes, it is up to him, but it is a distinction because he's a submitter to a statutory process. That is different from anything else that you describe.
I think that's pretty much what I was going to say. I mean, our duty is to not have a premeditated opinion and have an open mind before discussion until after discussion. So that's pretty much what Steve just said. Thank you.
Right, so we'll go to Mike.
Mr. Chairman. Well, I'll just happy to take the item as read. Hopefully there's adequate information in there for you to inform your decisions. I just note that what this item does is it puts forward a regulatory framework for the management of all reserves, or all council-owned reserves in Milton. Obviously, as you know, most of the feedback related to the cabins and the campground on Taylor Park. And yeah, as I said, we've got some options for you to make a decision on around that. Just note really that, given all of the feedback that was received, which is attached to this item, this is, I guess, really the opportunity for councillors to provide any direction on what should be in that final version of the RMP in terms of management of reserves before that gets adopted at the next meeting.
Right, I've
questions.
go to question, but I've got a real question, and it's sort of put me in a bit of a quandary because the option A that we have on the agenda actually suggests that the closing of the camping ground is different to the option that was put out for consultation, which was merely the removal of the cabins and that they don't go on there. So to me, the people of Milton are actually have been consulted on one thing, and here we are throwing something else. I can understand why they get frustrated and angry and don't trust us if we change in the game halfway through it to perceivedly suit ourselves. So I don't know if we look at changing the recommendation or do we take it off the table and reconsult on it that as per the recommendation that for option A we've got here. So I'm in two minds. What does the council think of that? Councillor?
I'm just so sorry, you're asking us a question which we can answer.
Right.
Right, because you're asking staff the question. I mean, I've got an answer. Did Mike want to answer as well?
Yeah. happy for you to answer, but I guess I would just note that in the consultation material, it did point out the size of the option A is probably too small for a campground, that it's very small compared to other campgrounds in the district and the issues associated with that.
So just to add to that, Mr. Chairman, you have to remember how the process works. You go out for consultation, you receive submissions. It doesn't mean that you are forced as a consequence of consultation questions to be those questions in the resolution. You receive submissions and information based on that, which can actually materially change, what you started out with. And this is an example, and Councillor Barron's submission is actually one of those submissions that was talking about financial sustainability. So the point that you have to have exactly the same resolution questions as per your consultation is not procedurally correct, because that's the whole point of consultation. One thing we have said consistently, because I've always given advice in these sort of areas, is where you have a rating impact that comes from the consultation, then you've got to be very careful if you're going to impose a rate that you haven't consulted with the community over. But that's not the same as receiving a whole raft of submissions that raise a whole lot of different things that then you decide as a consequence by listening to those that you will make your decisions on that basis. And that's what this report is doing. It's picking up that element and putting it into the resolution. Doesn't mean to say that you can change the resolution. We're just explaining how a resolution of that can come about, that they don't have to follow the consultation question, because it's expected that you will be making a decision based on all the information, including submissions.
At the meeting on the 23rd of November, Councillor Ludeman actually suggested that one of the options be that the camping ground was closed down, and to which you replied that that was not an option. And now it is an option. I really have struggled accepting that. But
Well, at the end of the day, Mr. Chairman, you ultimately can decide as a council whichever way you want to go, right? Including whatever it is that you want to do with that resolution.
right, questions for Mike. Councillor Finch.
Thank you. I had exactly the same concerns, because a lot of those that submitted on it didn't know that was part of the options, that the camping ground would be then gone. There was also, we rang you, one of our group from Milton Area Promotions, we had a meeting on Monday night, and it was brought forward, instead of having the dog park on the old tennis court, it was put over on the back of the rugby ground pavilion area in the where the old man's shed is. It could be put there, and in the area of where the tennis court ground is, there could be camper vans parked in there instead, and that was put forward to you as an option, and that hasn't come forth through anything here. I know it's a late, but we often have late items added in, so that was just a suggestion. And I'm really concerned that a lot of people don't know it's an option, that the campground may shut completely if it's not financially sustainable. That wasn't actually put very clearly, so I don't think that we should pass that through till that is clear to all those who have put in submissions.
Councillor.
Sorry, there's a question, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
So I can respond to this. There's two elements to that, Mr. Chairman.
Can that be added?
One is about, well, I'll start with the dog park. So, yep, Councillor Finch is correct. I was wrong just a couple of days ago, but by that point, obviously this item had already been prepared, not to mention that we had been through an 8-month consultation process. So I think there was no secret in the community that we were reviewing the reserve management plan. And, we get bright ideas all the time about who should go here, there, or everywhere. And, it was just too late to add that in, but happy to take, as Steve said, happy to take recommendations on anything. That's my point at the start, really, in terms of what you would like to see considered or included in the final RMP. The second item is around cabins, and Steve's already talked to that.
So that could increase the area of Taylor Park for a camping area if there's caravans and motorhomes put on that area over the back. So
Mr. Chairman, Mike, just for clarification, I thought there was something that area had already been looked at, or there'd been some question around getting services over there, or whatever. Was that only just in relation to the cabins? Moving the cabins over the river.
The tennis court, the cabins on the tennis court was considered or was being discussed. And that's included in here in terms of why, the issues associated.
I'm talking self-contained vehicles was the suggestion that was brought up to us.
I guess I would just note again that this process has been quite extensive, and the options that are put in front of you are based on almost 400 submissions that we've received. We've done our best to summarise those. We've taken all of that information, huge amount of information, tried to distill that down. So over, as I say, an 8-month period. So,
Councillor Crosty.
Well, there is actually toilet facilities and stuff on that side of the river. There is toilets right at the end of the AMP Society sheds. We've tried to bring late items a couple of times now, as in with Taylor Park, Moore Park and the thing, and it just hasn't been brought up. I'm a wee bit disgusted by it, to be fair. We seem to be able to get late agendas thrown at us any other time. So I don't know who you're working for, to be honest, Mike. I'm sorry. Out of order. I don't care.
Mr. Chairman, that would be, that would be against the standing orders. I'll just make the point to you, please.
Councillor Barron.
You've floored me to think that you can put 2A in there saying this is not financially sustainable within the limited space available when that camping ground has been there for a number of years. And if the council have known that it's been financially unsustainable, why was it not brought to the councillors' notice? And why was it not looked at how to turn it into a financially sustainable camping ground? And you'll see that 90%, 97% of the submissions would like the cabins in that area that they're in on the green space either taken, removed or relocated. And even 15 of the option A submissions would like them relocated on Taylor Park. And there was only one comment on financial sustainability, and it says that the revenue from the camp was $38,000 and it cost $70,000 to run it. Now, there was no breakdown of that figure anywhere, even though you brought it to the attention, and now you've used that point to say that if we go for option A, we close the existing camping ground. But because of the passion, the genuine passion of those submissions and the previous consultation where 28 people, 30 odd people were asked if they wanted to have a camping ground at Taylor Park, and 88% of them said, yes, we want to continue a camping ground at Taylor Park. And now it's thrown up that if we move the cabins, we're going to close the camping ground down. That highlights Phil's comment that we're not good planners, because I could sit down and draw up a plan of a financially viable camping ground at Taylor Park. And if you looked at my submission, you'll see that I've had experience in that and located many cabins around New Zealand onto camping grounds. And why you muddy the waters by coming up with 2A shows the dysfunctional way this council operates, and that is taken on.
So just an answer to that, Mr. Chairman, just the question itself, nothing else. The the point of financial sustainability isn't only about the difference between revenue and expenditure. Financial sustainability has always been, and it's in submissions, we've always said it's in the options, land area. So there's no question that retaining the camping ground in its existing land area, even according to your submission, councillor, is not a financially viable area of land for a camping ground. There's no doubt about that fact. The current land area, excluding where the cabins are now, is not sufficient for a financially sustainable campground. That should be an indisputable fact. The cabins have nothing to do with the land area necessary for a campground. So, you know, the option 2B says even there's an option there of removing the cabins and you've still got a viable area if you include a swimming pool, for example. Financial viability is all about land area. That's the key point. And that is fairly reflected in the reports.
Supplementary?
Sorry,
Supplementary?
right.
It's just that the submitters were not asked on financial viability. Never come up.
I
So
think
if
that could probably go into, when we get into discussion rather than a question.
I mean, just through you again, Mr. Chairman, you're entitled to remove any aspects of the resolution. If you, having had all the information in front of you, right, know that it's not financially sustainable and you aren't making any other changes to the land area, you're entitled to continue with that. It's your decision. You make those changes. Our job is to present you with all the information. And what our point would be is, had we not presented you with a point of view that said you should be considering financial sustainability in its existing area, we wouldn't be doing our job by raising it. But you're entitled to change the resolutions any way you want.
Mayor Cadogan.
Yeah, with that in mind, look, I think councillors that we've just got to calmly consider where we are at the moment, and right where we are is I thank the staff for the recommendations that they put forward, but ultimately it's us that decide what recommendations we move past and so forth. I appreciate there's a additional degree of complexity brought in when it's the huts stay, hold on, the huts removal means the removal of the entire camping ground, and it's probably a step too far for me to say because I don't believe that in the wider public eye, when they were making their submissions, that they would have taken that ultimate choice on the caravans as well. So I suggest that we expurgate the financial side of the recommendation and we just deal with the recommendations that more reflect what was put to the public. And in doing so, if it means that ultimately, and I think there's certainly been an argument that the camping ground in its present form isn't sustainable, we deal with that at the appropriate time. But at the moment, we're dealing with Taylor Park huts. We go through the submissions, and so I suggest I look at it for it's got to have new words, just the ones that would better reflect the options that went to the public. If you give me a minute, I'll come up with recommendations or a wordsmith like Councillor Volwela might be able to bail me out here.
While they're doing that, Steve, who actually subsidises? Somewhere I read there that they subsidise the existing camping ground. Who does that? Is it the ratepayers like Bruce Ward, or who in particular? Was it right across?
After you, Mr. Chairman, I'm pretty sure that it's always been funded through the UAGC, or any surpluses from other campground operations, but there is a rating component for campgrounds in the UAGC, from what I understand.
Councillor Catherwood.
Question for Steve is
just to enlighten the councillors as to the structure of the long-term goal was to make sustainable camping ground in Milton, and then to sell that into a private entity. Can you just explain how that sort of works, how, as far as them taking on the above ground assets?
Sure, I think we mentioned it
I've
briefly.
had the conversation with you. I'm not sure whether other councils around the table are aware of how that operates, because we've got other successful campgrounds that were council controlled campgrounds in the past, and are now in private ownership of the above ground assets, paying leases on the ground. I'd just like Steve to explain.
Yes, we have 3 examples: Waihola, Kaka Point, and Balcleta, where we used to run the campgrounds, and we weren't particularly good at running campgrounds. We're a public entity, not a person that's trying to provide a profitable service, and we weren't able to strategically invest in those campgrounds. And that's why we came up with a model that's worked now 3 times in a row, where we are actually selling our above ground assets, and we bring in a campground operator that knows what they're doing, who buys and invests in and expands a campground, so that's to the benefit of the community. And Waihola is taking off with that. Booth is doing really well, and Kaka Point, I think, is doing really well as well. And we're in the process now, aren't we, Councillor, of moving towards doing that for Punawea. We're nearly ready to go with that one, so that'll be another one. And Milton was always the problem, because Milton was a sort of quasi campground that wasn't a campground, that we really didn't have much to do with, run on a really limited fashion, nothing comparable to the operations that we have successfully on-sold. And the vision and the strategy for Milton was to, because of the need, was to have the same level of service to Milton, which is one of our growing towns, as we've had and been successful otherwise. The problem we came up with was actually the reserve management plan, as Mike and I found out, didn't provide the land area certainty necessary for that arrangement. The land area that was available to it wasn't well defined. It wasn't defined at all, really. And you can't sell or get investment on something that's not defined, and they can't bank on. And that's why our reserve management plan process was considered and necessary even before the cabins came around to be an issue. And the underlying thing we've always said was, whilst the cabins have got all the attention, the issue really is, do you want a defined area that is a minimum area necessary to have a end result campground like we've been successful with, or do you not? And that's the end reason, Councillor, that how that was working. So that's really the underlying thing, and there's a lot of complexities that have come around as a result, but that's what we were trying to achieve and needing to get a decision. And we'll get a decision from you, whichever way you go.
Councillor Ludeman.
I'm kind of going to go back to when we agreed for the corrections to build the council. They came to us, we didn't go to them, they came to us. And I remember at the time, as council, seeing it as an option to do is exactly what Steve says, give Taylor Park or Milton the opportunity to have a camping ground. And so by putting the cabins, huts there, that was the start of them getting enough ground assets for it to be able to be leased out for a camping ground. And so I still consider that was what we agreed to at the time, so that's what happened. I guess we never discussed exactly where the cabins were going to be put. I mean, perhaps an option at this stage would be to leave the cabins where they are until such time as the pool is no longer, and then relocate the cabins to the pool site. So that, I'm just throwing that out because that was why we put them there for a reason. We've now put the underground infrastructure there. We can pick them up and take them away. That's fine, but that cost is still there. Whereas we could, it's an option, leave them there until the pool is removed. Leaving them there now with the thought that once the pool's removed, they're then relocated to the pool site. To me, that's one choice because we can remove them as a lot have wanted, which is fine. But if we remove them, we're putting that camping ground back to a camping ground that's not sustainable. And so that's the other side of the coin for that. So I'm just throwing my thoughts out there.
To questions and save that for your discussion. Councillor Macaulay, Frosty.
Inside Taylor Park, which obviously takes over the other side of Summers Creek, has anybody actually worked out the square footage? So if you took in that side that has the tennis courts, etc., I think you'll find the square footage, if you incorporated that without the green field, would actually suffice as a paying area.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I haven't got the numbers in front of me, councillor, but in the draft reserve management plan, it certainly clarifies the total area of the greater Taylor Park, which includes the sports ground, the showground, and that area out towards the railway.
Does that go out into the showground?
It's a very big area. It actually extends beyond the railway track as well. So if you look at the actual RMP that was prepared, it's quite clear about what.
Councillor Barron.
Thank you. I just want to go back for a comment that Councillor Ludeman said, and please tell me if I'm wrong, but you suggested the Correction Department came to the council to do this. Here's a letter from the Department of Corrections, and it says, the construction of the cabins you mentioned is an initiative by the Clutha District Council. So I'm confused as to who is right and who is wrong here. And that agreement was signed by our CEO on the 21st of October 2021. And between then and when the cabins were put on Taylor Park, on the green space, there was no consultation. That's it.
Right, do we have, right, Councillor, is this a question or?
Mine's a question, thank you. Thanks, Mike. Hey, so look, let's hypothetically say the cabins get removed. The infrastructure that's already there, it's been put in to date, could that be utilised in some other way for, i.e. PowerPoints for tents or camper vans or cabins, or for caravans, motorhomes, could that still be utilised in some way, shape or form, or would we see that infrastructure that's been put in there being pulled back out again?
Mr. Chairman, no, I'm not an expert on that. That might be, Jules might be able to.
Yeah, I'm not, it's just a bit of a hypothetical.
Power, yes, but none of the other services. Yeah, they can, but the power supply could be used for.
What about the water in the grey room?
You wouldn't normally have that in those locations.
Sorry?
You wouldn't normally have those available in those locations. You don't use the dump site for that sort of thing, just for a water safety.
Mr. Chairman, if we just add that, obviously it comes back to the footprint of that campground. And if you've got infrastructure that lies outside the footprint of the campground, then exactly what you would use it for.
Right, back to Mr. Mayor, were you trying to determine?
Between me and my colleague, we've been trying to rummage together something, and please help me, councillors. The three options, as I said, is status quo remains, which means the huts are removed, but the huts remain, or that an alternative arrangement is forthcoming. Are they the three options that we have to consider? I can't think of any others, and consequently crystallise that down into recommendations. We move forward.
Why can we not have the recommendations as they were put to the people of Milton?
That's what I'm saying. That's what we've tried to reflect here is the three options.
Why can we not keep the same wording?
Which was?
Well, if you go.
I didn't have the wording in front of me when we were talking.
Where is it? You can probably find it on plenty of those. permission.
5.1, summary feedback.
What page, sorry?
7.
5.1,
Yeah,
summary
that's,
feedback.
that articulates it.
Shall I just
Does everybody see those? Councillor Payne?
Thanks, Mr Chair. Look, as always, I like to get a steer from the locals, and I'm, again, just got a hand up, and I saw Bruce trying to put his hand up too, so I'd quite like to just give them the wee opportunity to get their saying.
Thank
Oh,
you.
Councillor Finch, sorry.
Milton has had real negative feedback over this, and it's not been fair. Milton is not a negative community.
Excuse me, we
Yes,
just
I am
signed
going
this.
to get to it. I want to know if the cabins are moved, that they stay in the Milton community, because everybody has said they are not opposed to the cabins being there, it's where they've been placed.
Oh, I don't know about that. Be careful what you wish for.
It's relevant.
Councillor Volweiler.
Okay, I might, with your permission, Mr Chairman, move a motion along the lines that the cabins be removed from Taylor Park. And I'll just go back to page 7. And that the park reverts, Taylor Park reverts to this previous condition which allowed for camping and caravans on a relatively small part of the reserve, being the campground area of approximately 3,500 square metres.
And I just asked a question.
Is that not the status quo? Is that not what option A says?
Slightly different.
Quite different to option A.
Very different.
And perhaps if you want, I can expand on that. We've had
Cabins to stay.
overwhelming feedback. The cabins aren't wanted where they are in Taylor Park. Basically, that they are to be removed from Taylor Park. There's been a smaller amount of support for increasing the area of the camping ground to, I forget which option, to where the swimming pool was anyway.
Yes.
And very little support for expanding to keeping that, expanding the camping ground area into that green space where the cabins are now. So, there's been unfortunately, we did miss a step. We should have talked to the community, and it's in our reserve management plan that was something we should have done initially. I think we had, and the offer was made to us from corrections initially. They wanted to build these cabins to get their inmates trade experience, and the offer was to council initially. It was verbal. The contract came later when we had agreed upon that. Sorry, I've got a cramp, and so I'll stand up. And then there was a lot of uncertainty about what the cabins were going to be used for. There's rumours that they were there for prisoner accommodation once they were released from prison. So we didn't help ourselves in that respect. So do we want a camping ground, or do we want to make that more a long-term, medium-term place of residence for people who need emergency accommodation and things like that? We didn't help ourselves by deciding that beforehand, I don't think. The way forward with the camping ground, if we remove the cabins, I think that's a discussion for the future there. We have to decide as a community, as a district, in fact, since it appears that the whole district pays for the camping ground there and it's subsidising it at the moment the way it is, that is another decision to be made. And I don't think that's the decision that's been to be made here today, and I don't think that's the decision that has been consulted on as such with our community. So hence, that is why I am making the recommendation that we remove the cabins. In the meantime, we don't have to make the decision where the cabins go at the moment. So I'm happy to put that recommendation here.
So you move that.
So
I'll second that, but I just want a point of clarification. So you're going to include the swimming pool area, Bruce?
I'm just,
You're not?
just at the moment, because that was not,
Leave the swimming pool where it is.
that was not consulted on. Also, it was consulted on, it wasn't a preferred option. Also, we do not know the time frame for when the swimming pool
Yeah.
might be moving off that site. So that is the
So I'll
recommendation.
second that.
I'll just check that.
So I only got half of it because I'm a wee bit slow. I've got it, so far I've got cabins to be removed from Taylor Park, and then Taylor Park reverts to previous condition, which allows for campers and caravans.
Oh, no, you don't have to be as specific as that, Wendy. So what we're trying to do is do the reconciliation for you of that. So number one, so 2A would be replaced with simply, it's just going to be one thing, to remove the cabins. So that's important.
Yeah.
So we need to have that there. You can then do a B, which would be to provide for a campground with a footprint comprising, and I'll just give you this in a sec, option A, status quo. And I'll just check if there's any other wording we needed from that. No, and that's all you would need for that. So that would be a new 2A and B. And we would leave you to deal with D later. And we wouldn't deal with C. You would need recognition 1, obviously, to receive the report, and then you would do 2A and B on that basis. That's my suggestion.
Brian's moved, we
We've
receive.
moved it.
Oh, sorry.
So I seconded that.
Open for discussion, councillor McAtamney.
Through the does that mean that there's no provision in the reserve management plan for a camping ground of any size? Effectively. So I'm wondering whether.
So just to say, no, and answer the question, no, that's not the case. It is providing for a camping ground of the size of option A, status quo, in the consultation.
Because I'm wondering whether perhaps it should be amended that the problem is the cabins on the green space area of Taylor Park. So could it still be written into the plan that there's provision for a possible camping area and part of the remaining area of Taylor Park, less the existing green space by the road? But otherwise, if the camping ground thing comes up again, then you're going to have to revisit this whole reserve management plan again. And there appears to be people that would be open to an enlarged camping ground on Taylor Park, just not on that green space park.
Yes, so it could include the tennis courts. Sorry, interrupting.
So you're saying that no encroachment onto the green space?
Yes, but also provision that for a camping ground of 8 square metres on, I'm not sure, there's something for, it could be somewhere, there's been other options mooted, but still leaves the option of a camping ground in that greater Taylor Park area. So it's never going to be on there. Expansion's never going to be on there.
We do run into the risk then that we haven't defined where it is, and then you have the angst from the public. I can see where you're coming from, Simon, and it makes logical sense. But unless we can clearly define it, we run into exactly the same situation, that there's an issue that we hadn't considered, never thought of that, and then we're back into the ruction again. So if you could clearly define as in it goes there.
No, you can't, but you'd have to, as has been discussed, you'd have to come back and consult. Yeah. Otherwise you've got to rewrite the whole thing. You're going to have to redo the reserve management plan again, perhaps in the future.
Councillor Herbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You look, and I'll agree with the current
resolution the way it is, because there's overwhelming, evidence from the people of Milton, they don't want the cabins in, that's fine, we'll take that on, but with Councillor McAtee, I don't want us to miss a golden opportunity to actually have a really good camping ground in Milton. You've got a town that's a growing town on State Highway 1, 20 minutes from the International Airport. It's got endless amounts of flat land. There must be about 6,000 cars a day go through that town. And there'd probably be close to 10% of those at this time of year are caravans or camper vans. There's hundreds of people going through there. If you give them somewhere to stay, they're going to stay there and they're going to put money into your town. I'm a bit like Councillor McAtee, quite happy to support the motion, but we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot for not having a first-class camping ground there in 5 or 10 years' time. That would be absolutely stunning, because people will stay there.
Councillor Cathwood.
Well, the question that I'd ask them would be, because obviously the community has come along with option A without knowing that option A would have been a closing of a campground. The question I've got is, can we actually just take this off the table and actually do a little bit more energy with that community? Because as Councillor Herbert just, they are going to miss a golden opportunity. But you're keeping it at 3-5. Then you've got to go and revisit the reserve management plan. Is there a rush for us to continue with this decision today? My question is, can we take this off the table and move on with our council?
Councillor Martin.
Did somebody answer?
Well, just from a procedural perspective, we do have a duty to deal with the consultation and the process for the reserve management plan. You can put it on hold indefinitely, but there needs to be, there are issues associated with the use of the reserve that need to be fixed by decisions on the reserve management plan process. So yes, you can hold it for a period of time, not indefinitely, and you could decide to do another consultation process if you so wish. So you do have some options. Obviously, it just takes longer, and that's it.
Comment back to that would be that to do your duty as a councillor, to listen to your community, there's an overwhelming support. It's then being put into a different perspective that we're making a decision on. I would actually like to make a motion that we move that we delay the decision of these recommendations. Take it off the table.
At the moment, we're just discussing
Questions.
about, it has been said.
Oh, the bit second, sorry.
Yeah, so there is a motion on the table, so you'd make a discussion, you would have to follow that with a. Sorry.
Councillor Martin.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's more so a question for Councillor McCrosty, because Councillor Highwell has moved it and Councillor Finch has seconded it, but so you've got 3 councillors in your ward. Are you happy with?
Yep. I would move them at the moment with the option of on the 27th, there is another ratepayers meeting. I'm perfectly prepared to go and sit and talk to them and ask them if they'd like them where the tennis courts, etc. So yeah, I'm prepared to vote.
I'm just sitting here thinking, and I was thinking about the whole process, and I remember the fire chief coming here when he made his submission, and he said, we should have done this a year ago. Well, hindsight's a wonderful thing, and we probably should have consulted then, but from my info, we didn't have to. So, because we didn't have to, whatever reason, it might have been to save the ratepayers money, I don't know. But I think let's not play the blame game. From then on, it became an issue, I think, where we, and I'm talking about elected members, not staff, and to quote Councillor Volweiler's words, we dropped the ball on it. We had poor communications out to the people of Milton. Again, in hindsight, maybe we should have promoted the cycle trail instead of emphasising temporary housing. Because that whole issue that made by prisoners, they're for prisoners, seed was put in people, the ratepayers and the residents of Milton's head. And once you get a seed like that in, you can't get out. And then we have a public meeting. We invite people to a public meeting, right? And unfortunately, due to planning ahead with holidays and vacations, two of the Milton councillors weren't there. But there was quite a turnout, and because their opinions differed, or their views differed to some of us there, we labelled them negative and ungrateful, basically. And here's people who, they've come here, they have the courage of their convictions to voice your opinion, and we label them negative. I'd say they're more likely they were angry and they were frustrated. And the history of calling the residents and ratepayers in Milton negative, there is a history there. We had a public meeting in the hall. It was robust, I'd say, and we labelled them negative. We had a similar meeting years before in Kaitangata regarding the hall, and I would have said it was hostile, but we didn't say anything about that. We had a meeting with the people of the main street of Milton over losing parks. We labelled them negative. Similar situation in Belclusa, and we said it'll work itself out. So there's a history there that the people in Milton, they don't trust the elected members, they don't, and therefore they don't trust council, so they don't trust their decisions. And we've got a real chance here to listen to their submissions. And as I said, 97%, 74% saying get rid of cabins altogether. You know, we've got a chance here to restore some faith and trust back into the elected members, right, and the council, because, hey, look, the next few years are going to be tough enough with the people's support. It's going to be a hell of a lot tougher without it. So we've got to really look at ourselves and say, hey, if we don't support the option, whatever, 2-1, we're derelict in our duty. We're not listening to the overwhelming submissions to get rid of those cabins and go back to the status quo. It floors me that we can think of anything else, really.
Yeah.
You want to ask Councillor Payne?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I appreciate that. And at the moment, I'm sitting supporting the motion that's on the table, but I'm thinking about what Councillor Catherwood has said. And a question for the staff: what does further consultation look like? It's not just as easy as that, is it? You don't just talk anything in a hall and have a yarn and walk away from it, do you? There's so much more.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I guess, there's different levels of consultation, but I would suggest that you would do something fairly formal, so similar to what we've already done. Yeah, so public notices, a defined time period, submission form, potentially meetings, etc. So, yeah.
And we have got a very clear steer from the submissions, haven't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for your heartfelt talk there, but I just want to clarify when you say we, a few of us have inherited this issue.
Probably,
you're saying we in the council and elected members.
Probably a collective responsibility. Sorry if you don't want to be part of that.
Well, like I say, Mr Chair, we're elected members from our communities, and this incident, as I pointed out when the fire brigade came and talked here, I was the one that actually initiated consultation. Hasn't happened in this process, which was our predecessors, not the newly elected. So that's all I just want to clarify, the we.
Not election. Any further discussion?
So, go again, Bruce, read it out. Can we read this?
Can we read that?
You do good, Bruce.
That the Infrastructure Strategy and Operations Committee, that's what we are now called, approve the following amendments to the Taylor Park section of the Milton Reserve Management Plan to remove the cabins from Taylor Park, to provide for a footprint comparative to option A, status quo. We have, and you're happy with that?
That should read the camping ground.
Camping ground footprint.
Just a question, clarification. I know what the issue will be. Are the two mutually inclusive or exclusive? And what I mean by that is that you deal with removing the cabins and you put them somewhere else, and then you've got a footprint that you agree to a camping ground, and then you ask yourself, so what does a camping ground involve? And it might involve cabins, and so would smaller cabins be allowed in the footprint, or are we, are you putting a restriction, councillor? Which I always said, is it a campground per se? Campground could be anything within the footprint, and so resolution 1 is just separate from resolution 2. So I just need to check whether the intention was 0 cabins of any type within the footprint as a result of the first resolution, or just the first resolution relates to these cabins, these 10 cabins, and they go away, but there's a campground footprint that is a campground and can have other things. So before we get ourselves into trouble, because we had this definition question before, and which is why I go back to how did this arise? Because we were acting on the basis of what a campground we thought was supposed to be happening, and we weren't aware that the footprint wasn't well defined, and that's how we got into trouble. And the whole intent of this process, which is actually really good, apart from all the aggravation, is that it gives us an answer around something that needed to be defined, right? So just moving forward, can we just get that clarification?
Just an addendum to B then, that cabins would be permitted within the footprint.
It's too small.
It's small. It's not that might be too, that's to be worked out. The cabins.
Probably every option B now.
Yeah, that's B.
Yeah.
So what about if A was to remove the present cabins from Taylor
Green
Park?
space area.
From outside.
Because one of that was really quite noticeable in the submissions was the encroachment of the green space.
Yes.
So I wasn't that good at reading and writing in that, so I'm not very good as a wordsmith down there, like Bernard elder friend here, but she wasn't that good at maths either, but
Mr. Chairman, can I just make a comment, possibly a suggestion, given where you're at, is that this process is about the reserve management plan. It's not about whether you have cabins or not. It's about the activities that can occur on reserves. So perhaps that comes second, right? So you define what activities can happen. You decide this is going to be playground, and then you decide what equipment you want on that playground. Same thing. So perhaps if you were to define a campground area, which might be the option A, status quo, and leave it at that. So that is the area within which there will be a campground, and And so obviously that excludes, if it was the option A, that would exclude having cabins where they currently are or anywhere else for that matter, but any campground activity would purely, whatever that looks like, would be constrained to that area defined under option A.
I would call that poor planning at this stage. I think the mayor said it before, we sort out the cabins, we remove them from the green space, and then we look at how we can build a financially viable camping ground at Taylor Park. And that is a separate thing altogether. And you need some planning to do that. You can't do it here and say that status quo is going to give us a financially viable camping ground, because we've got the swimming pool area to consider, we've got the tennis court area to consider, we've got lots of areas. So let's just satisfy the ratepayers who want the cabins removed from the green space area and revert to the status quo right now, and then when we're all cooled down, say, right, what would a camping ground look like in Milton? And where would it be? Where would it go? And how big does it have to be? And how many cabins do we put there in PowerPoints? That's a separate issue altogether.
Councillor McTiernan.
Yeah, through the chair, just as per my comments before, what we possibly could do is define the area where you will never put cabins.
The green space area.
That green space area. So
I don't
you
think we can do that today.
Bruce's amendment plus, yeah. Because you have to put it in, otherwise you're not going to bring this up again in another reserve management plan in a couple of years' time. So the cabins are never going there. Unless we change that.
We're going round in circles, but
Not running a very good meeting.
Councillor Cathwood then.
Some discussion to it then. So I'd actually vote against it, because I still want to get it taken off the table, because to go back to status quo is in subsidising the campground. Not sustainable business practice. That's what we're saying. Let's get rid of the cabins. That fixes the problem, option A, that's what the community wanted. And then the financial situation that's going on out there, we're saying, oh yeah, and we'll put it back into the campground and revert it back to status quo, 3,500 square metres, and we'll subsidise it every year. Well, that's not acceptable to me either.
No,
What's acceptable to me is to take it off the table, because I think we're just, you want to see Milton have their campground and want to see it where they want it. We want to see those cabins being utilised. We want to see it. We want to see the area grow. I want to see it taken off the table.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps to assist, and obviously I've caused more debate and confusion. You know, I rescind my suggestion and caution about the cabins issue. As staff, we won't be putting any cabins of any sort in that option A until you resolve what you're going to do with the campground. So there's no problem with possible use, no problem with confusion over the description. We just won't do it. So that'll survive, and your existing resolutions should stand.
Good there. Everybody, Councillor, do you wish to?
I don't think I need to say anything else now.
I just have a question. On page 22 on a submission, it's got that there's concrete pipes laid underground and fed into Salmons Creek before we finish talking about Taylor Park.
So, Councillor, there's other things to be still dealt with at Taylor Park, like the Dogs Park resolution, so you can cover that then. Just suggest we just deal with these two.
Yeah.
Yep, fine.
So we're all happy, we all know what the resolution is. You're shaking your head there, Councillor Phelps. You understand what we will.
Could we please have them read out again?
You want me to read it out, Wendy? That the Infrastructure Strategy and Operations Committee approves the following amendments to the Taylor Park section of the Milton Reserve Management Plan. A, to remove the present cabins from Taylor Park. B, to provide for a camping ground footprint comparative to option A, the status quo.
3,500 square metres.
The only concern I have with that is the definition, the legal definition of a camping ground includes cabins. As long as everyone's aware of that. That was where we got hooked up before in the 2017, because on the passing of that reserve management plan, in effect, they was agreed that cabins could go in there. If you say camping ground, the legal definition of a camping ground includes cabins. So whether you want to articulate it so that it excludes cabins, or whether you want to run the
In the
gauntlet.
green space area.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, just to answer his worship, I've sorted that, because what I've said is council, what I'm explaining will be council runs the campground. So we make decisions on what it is. And I've just said to the councillors that whilst you are deciding what is the strategic use of the campground in the future, we're not investing anything in cabins for that.
So we circumvented with that understanding.
So everybody happy with that? We're finishing this the last time.
I'm going to ask the question. So we go back to a camping ground as it was, that doesn't make money, that costs the district money. So at what stage can we relook at that? If we agree with this, we're left with a camping ground that is costing 30-odd thousand a year across the UAGC. So how and when can that be addressed if we agree to this?
So do we put in there to be reviewed with the demolition of the swimming pool?
Well, I just feel we're saying now that it can be a camping ground with no cabins, which means we're then saying we've got a camping ground that loses money, 30-odd thousand plus every year across the UAGC. So how do we address that? If we agree with this, how do we address that? And it's all very well we tick off now, we've removed the cabins and they've gone, and we haven't set an area where there can be cabins. We've taken it back to the status quo and we continue running that at a deficit. Well, that's my concern.
We have libraries, we have swimming pools, we have all that we're heavily subsidising. Do we close them down too?
That's right. Libraries, swimming pool, $33.
So will you close it off?
I must respond really to Councillor Ludeman's question. Just that's a separate issue to what we're discussing.
Yep.
And it's something that we can come back and consider.
Thank you. Right, so we all know the recommendations. All those in favour?
Aye.
Raise your hands, say aye please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Did you get the names?
Hands up.
Do it again.
Just hands up, just get the names because we're required to.
Right, against?
Did you get all the numbers?
1, 2, 3, 4. You'll need to get the names of those.
John Wilson, right?
The mayor.
Dane,
Councillor Phelps.
Motion carried. Now we'll get on to.
Sort of you'll see.
Yeah. We'll move on to the rest of the item, which is
Councillor
no, you voted.
No, he was against.
Councillor Phelps. We'll go back to D, the dog, and discussion on and questions on the dog park and the bike stands, the rest of the Councillor Finch.
Thank you. Can D be put on hold till there is a discussion around that, or can that be accommodated, Mike? What would you suggest for that when we were given the late suggestion?
The point of this meeting, I guess, is to take direction on what you councillors would like included in the final RMP. So that would be my preference, is that you give us some direction about how you want that worded.
Right, so it still could be provided as an activity, but not specify the actual site of it.
Well, preferably not, because as you can tell, that tends to lead to issues. But, you know, we've been through a process, obviously. There were 7 submissions in favour of putting it on a dog park on that tennis court. There were no submissions relating to anywhere else. There were no submissions against that option.
As I said, it was
if councillors want to put forward an alternative wording to go in the RMP, then that's fine.
Councillor Barron.
I'd recommend that an alternative wording be that a dog park activity is provided at Taylor Park once a camping ground area has been established to make it a financially viable situation. Because 3,500 isn't, the pool's going to be pulled down, and we have to get a financially viable campground. So the dog park may be used in that as part of that.
Just voted to go 3 years.
Because
Yes,
the dog park was done as part of a submission quite a while ago, and it was that area that the use of the green space wasn't as part of that submission.
it could be put that it's the Greater Taylor Park area, which encompasses that area that was brought up in our Mount Area promotions.
The issue, Mr. Chairman, is that, you know, you get no certainty from any of that, because the people that submitted and want to get moving on a dog park can't get moving on a dog park because nobody can tell them where it can be until we go through a process of further defining where the campground would be. So, and so you get these late bits and pieces that come through that might influence a decision, but you've had a consulted, you know, reserve management plan process that people participated in and said that like a dog park in a logical area, which it is at the time. So you could say, and what you'd have to say is, sorry, we are going to wait, because that's what you'd do, wait until, you know, for a further time in the future, at which time we can make a decision on your dog park. Because unfortunately, the putting dog park across the whole Taylor Park is not really even in the spirit, I suppose, of doing reserve management planning, because you're supposed to be looking at making sure you don't get cross issues with activities. But you could still make that decision. What would happen is it would just be delayed as a result. You have to decide whether you're going to make a call and go for it, or you're going to delay it because you've got other things you want to think about. It's your choice.
I'm not sure, did Councillor Barron, did you actually move a motion then, or just bring forward an idea?
I'd move that motion, yeah. Until a camping ground area is defined, the dog park is put on hold.
So you're okay, just defined it.
It could take a month.
Just, well, we'll just show a seconder, ask for a seconder.
Seconder. I will second it.
Question.
Councillor Finch.
So I'm on part of Milton Area Promotions, and that's who came up with this as an alternative, because a new member come in and suggested that we don't have it there because that could allow for camper vans for Taylor Park. And the dog park, there is area over behind where the community garden area and the men's shed is. And it'll be Milton Area Promotions that's doing all the work for accessing the funding and everything. And this has come from Milton Area Promotions, and we want to get stuck in and get the dog park started. So that is our issues. Would have been put in for this if it had been brought to our attention but it was a new member came in and came up with a great suggestion. That's all I'm putting forward.
If you fire ahead and put your dog park where the old tennis courts are, and then that becomes an issue as far as defining the area for the camping ground to make it viable, or
That's what I'm saying, not have the dog park there, over in by where the man's shed is.
so isn't,
That was the suggestion.
and this is what councillor Barron has moved, that it,
Yes, but to hold until the Taylor Park issue was sorted. So that would have to be moved quick smart so that we could start on the dog park.
so all you're saying is you want it somewhere else? A specific area, which is,
Over near where the what is it called? The
Heritage Park.
Heritage Park, yes, area.
Will you move that?
Hang on, we've got to, you've moved it. You're the chair, so you have a motion?
we have
Seconded?
Yes.
Okay.
Please clarify.
So Helen, can I just want to clarify something? We've already determined the status quo of the camping ground. 3-5, so the motion isn't correct, in my logic.
It's not financially viable in that area.
we'll put it in, right, we have on the table that the dog park is provided for as an activity on the dog park to be put on hold until the camping ground area is clearly defined. Right? That is the motion that councillor Barron has put, and I've seconded. Do we have a discussion or questions? Councillor Catherwood.
So my question to that is, the motion is saying until the camping area is defined, whereas we've just made a decision that we've gone back to status quo, 3,500 square metres, where it is status quo, without cabins. So you've actually defined it already. You've already defined it. That's my logic.
Yeah, but you don't like that idea because it's not financially viable.
Of course I don't.
So why don't we enlarge it and maybe use the dog?
Because you've just voted for to make it 3-5.
Yeah.
That's why I voted against it, so it's like, it's not viable.
That we've also discussed it can be changed.
So, Mr. Chairman, okay, as to just to try and assist, so just breaking down a bit, there was a question about the resolution. So the question about the resolution is that the campground is already defined. So the resolution doesn't appear to be either, the intent of that would be the dog park would actually go, well, it can't go anywhere because you're saying it needs to be determined when the campground is defined. Well, campground's defined. So I think the argument would be that it's not a valid resolution, the way it's worded. So that would be the point.
Thank you.
And I would withdraw that resolution and ask
Councillor Finn.
Councillor Finch to put forward her resolution, because she's got an area where it would go. And you'd amend this and say that dog park is provided as an activity on the area beside the men's shed.
Well, it's not exactly
Or
beside,
wherever
but
it
it's
is.
in that area, in the Heritage Park.
Then you can start building.
Cover. Would the Heritage Park area cover it enough, Steve?
So you have moved that?
Yes.
So Mr. Chairman, to cut through all that, to give effect to that, you could just do nothing. Because the issue is addressing this reserve management plan, not anything to do anywhere outside the reserve management plan. Might I also just say, because I feel obliged to, is that staff got it in the neck for putting a resolution based on consultation and the submissions we received, not as per the consultation question. And the matter of the dog park was in the consultation documentation. And the suggestion was that we were going to suddenly agree to move it somewhere else because of information that was given outside the submission period. Now, I've always upheld you can do what you like and fully support that. I just will highlight the contrast in terms of those two matters. Now, to speed it up, Mr. Chairman, to give effect to that, the suggestion is you just do nothing to that resolution and it deals with it, because no decision is made on the dog park.
Okay.
Councillor, Mayor Cadogan.
Steve, just checking, so that would still allow, because there's a positive group one which forward with the dog park, they can still put forward a proposal, we can consider that proposal on its own value, and it doesn't conflict with anything else, so they can still get ahead with.
Your worship, as long as it doesn't take part in Taylor Park,
Yep.
you can do it, you can do anything you like.
Just as long as they can keep going.
Just through you, Mr. Chair, so there is in the draft RMP, and I guess that will stay, there is a defined process for dealing with proposals that aren't provided for in the RMP. So it would be, so for example, if someone came in 2 months' time and said, I want to put a dog park here, follow through that process and make a decision, yes or no.
Right, so we just ignored D.
You can if that's the will of the council, your worship, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So all in favour of just ignoring D?
No,
Yeah, I know.
Ignoring D.
I'm not. And if there's someone dead against not doing that, I want to know.
I was going to move that, and I'll test it, that the dog park be provided for in the tennis court area of Taylor Park. It's been talked about for long enough now. I don't, it doesn't make sense to me splitting up a camping ground on the other side of the river. It's be very expensive to put a camping ground over there with access and such like.
It's not camping ground. Dog park.
People are talking about expanding the camping ground into that area. So there's been talk of Milton lacks a dog park at the moment. That is a relatively convenient area for people to access, whereas you go the area that's proposed outside the back of the men's shed area, which is leased, by the way, to another group, so we haven't consulted in any way with them about using that space. So I'll just put that out there and see where this runs anyway. Guys, now I don't really care. I won't be exercising any dogs there.
Can I just remind you that
Two motions.
the bridge shuts. And it's only open 2 minutes every hour
I live
from
on the south side.
6 o'clock. So we're still only on the first item, agenda item.
Just so there's a seconder for that, Mr. Chairman.
Seconder for Councillor Wheeler's motion. Councillor McAtamney, discussion please.
We're making too big a decision on the fly. There is no consultation, the land's leased. We're saying that we want to do things right and listen to the public, and we're going to entrench ourselves. I'm really nervous about what we're doing here.
Okay, if there's no further speakers, I'll close the debate. The land I'm talking about here is the old tennis court. It's not leased to anybody else. There has been consultation in this submission process about it. There's came back favourable responses, not a big number, I'll admit, but there were no negative responses to it. So there are groups that want to, I'm sure there are groups that would happily get on and do something in that area and improve it. And well, if they don't, well, it just lies vacant.
Right.
Yep.
Right. I don't hear that.
Like a dog with a bone.
No, he hasn't withdrawn it.
It's been moved and seconded.
Yep.
2D is moved and seconded.
Yep.
So it's moved by councillor Volweiler and seconded by
And
councillor.
he's closed the discussion.
It's not resolved though.
So we're about to now. So those in favour of that the dog park be located on the old tennis court area, those in favour raise their arms and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 1,
1,
2,
2,
3.
3, 4, 5, 6. Mr. Chairman.
Hang on.
Sorry, hands up again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Keep your hands up so that.
Those against?
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3,
7.
5, 6, 7. You get the casting vote, Mr. Chairman.
Casting vote is with the motion. So that is carried on to the next.
Can I move another motion, please,
Wow.
Your Worship? Sorry, Mr. Chairman, that Fire and Emergency New Zealand activities are provided for in Taylor Park. There is no specific.
Oh,
that's
right.
mentioned on that. Just so that area is covered, but perhaps add that using the existing infrastructure.
I've missed that again.
Fire and Emergency New Zealand activity is provided for in Taylor Park using their existing infrastructure.
Get it.
Yeah, no, I'll leave it.
Well, yes, a lot of mention in the submissions. So is there any argument against before we vote on it? All those in favour, raise your hands, say aye. Against? I think that was unanimous. Right. Next part of it is the Infrastructure Strategy and Operations Committee approves the following amendments to the Stewart Reserve section. The bike stands are provided for an activity at the Stewart Reserve.
Happy to move.
Seconder, discussion. Councillor Martin.
So where is the Stewart Reserve?
It's where the toilets are, isn't it?
Towards, what towards?
The new $1 million ones.
Oh, that's Stewart, that's called Stewart Reserve. Yes. Right.
So, any discussion, Councillor Finch?
Also hasn't got anything about charging stations around anywhere. We're going to have bike stands, should we not have some charging stations in and around that area, because there's going to be a lot of cyclists coming into that area to use the toilets, to come into the town, and if we've got e-bikes and they're in spending money, we possibly put a charging station somewhere.
Councillor Martin.
Just as debate, there, Mr. Chair, to Mrs. Councillor Finch's statement, it'll be a great opportunity for local accommodation providers to offer that service so they can actually stop and spend the night in Milton.
Well, I think there is.
Lawrence doesn't do it at all. I don't know of any of the.
There's a group in Milton investigating all the infrastructure and what they want to put in as far as capturing the cycle trail, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whether they have looked into that, I don't know.
Yeah. Can I just also ask about the pipe that's going from Taylor Park, Steve, into the creek?
Yeah, sorry, just going back to the first bit and what you're saying, I've just had a discussion with Mr. Goldsmith, and look, at the end of the day, when we think this is too low level in terms of activities. So things like bike stands and charging stations, we think those, if we needed to do that, we would be able to do that. We don't really see it as an activity. So we're happy to withdraw 3A as a requirement to be voted upon, and then not worry about that.
And what about the pipe going into the river?
That's a different question that you would ask, councillor, so I'll leave that to Mike to answer.
Thank you.
So what's the question?
What about the pipe going into Salmons Creek from Taylor Park?
So obviously, as noted in the report, once now that we have some decisions, we'll be going back to all submitters who asked questions in particular. So that would form part of that. So there may be some more work required to find out exactly what that involves.
Thank you.
Is that it? I'm calling an end to that. That's the end of item 1 for the day. I think we might break for a cup of tea for 10 minutes. We've got a lot of time to catch up. Reconvene the Infrastructure Strategy and Operations Committee, and we'll get on to agenda item number 1, which is operations update transportation. James Ellison.
He wasn't here for the previous item, I'll just go and grab it.
Did I say? Number 2, sorry.
Is there any questions, George? You might not have. Is there any questions, team? You might not have to go. Number
Item
2.
Is there ever
Any?
item we should put them over?
Haven't had enough.
No, he's talking James Ellison, so it's not his first time.
Any discussion
Well,
until he gets here?
well, under the roading component about the spraying and that sort of thing, we have a pretty good breakdown on what's not been happening, so maybe it's an opportunity to be asking. Would it not be prudent or?
Perfect timing, James has just walked in.
Yeah, but,
Was it the right time or nah?
well, my suggestion, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I have received the, right, so, and it's a public forum matter, so, you should expect that we would be responding to that. So, I would expect a report on this basis. It's, you know, and that's how we would address it, so rather than verbalise it, you know, here, it's better that if we say, right, we will commission a report to address everything that's in there, that would make sense, and we would make sure we would circulate it, and it could be discussed at the next meeting as a result.
James, I'd like to stand in the, what do they call it?
Rostrum.
Dock. The dock. Welcome, James. Your report, all yours. The operations update transportation.
Sorry, I shall.
I've got it here.
Oh, we're just taking it as read, that we started.
So any questions for James? Councillor Barron.
Where's the Melbourne Quarry, James?
The Melbourne Quarry is up behind the cemetery. It's the old Borough Quarry. So there's 2 quarries up in here, one's
Is that up at behind the old dump? Up that
behind
way?
the old dump, yeah, right.
Any further questions? Oh, you got off slightly there, James. Oh, sorry, Councillor Cathwood.
Just one question through you, Chair, it's probably more for Steve, I suppose, is the service request graphs that we used to have on this transportation side, are we moving out of that? Is that going to be reported with James? Because he's the guy I want to ask the question to, but the information's not provided.
So the organisational performance report will be going not via this committee because it's actually wider than that. So it's going to be going through a different committee structure like the council as a quarterly performance report rather than every 6 weeks. But by all means, feel free, you can ask questions if it's appropriate for the committee rather than the service request issue, but then we'll be coming back to you soon. We're just looking at that as the rejig of the committee structures. So we'll be coming, but just not to this one anymore.
Any questions? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Chair. James, the street lighting down in Clinton, what, has council got insurance for that sort of thing, or no?
It was an exceptional incident, that one. Even the streetlight contractor can't tell us why so many lights went down. Just one short. But what has happened is that the fuses were inside the light bulbs, and whatever the cause was, it actually cooked the inside of the light bulbs. The fuses. So we'll put external fuses on any of the replacement ones, so we'll stop that from happening in the future.
What was the value of that exercise?
43,000 last month, and I think it was 23,000 the month before. But the majority of that money is actually NZTAs because they were on the main street.
So the blowout was all.
feel as possum shorted out, and I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
that was the cost of the blowout.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought $4.85 for one of those candles at the warehouse would be a bit.
Well,
Apparently not.
what we have done with the process, because most of them were state highway ones were still the old sodium vapors, and they've been upgraded to LEDs. So the process, they're actually getting an upgrade at the same time. Probably happening. Yeah, the majority of the cost is in the engineering.
Councillor McCauley, across this side.
Does NZTA cover like everything on the main highway, James? If we go to say Katangara or somewhere like that, they won't cover that?
Yeah, no, it's just the state highway one, so Main Street, Melbourne, Clinton, Lawrence and Tapanui.
Dalgleish,
And Dalgleish.
so we can just flick all the lights off in the other towns. Sweet.
Councillor Finch.
So then,
Same money.
looking at that, are the other lights all going to be changed so that if this happens again, it doesn't cost that amount of money?
Like I said, this was an exception. We haven't seen this scale of damage done before. We are working through as a progress with anytime we touch city lights, we are putting the external fuses on.
Okay, that's it, thank you.
Right, further questions? If not, is someone prepared to move the recommendation
Happy to
on
move.
page 75, Councillor Finch, seconded Councillor Phelps. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. On to, thank you, James. On to page 77, operations update, green space and waste. And Jason is going to be on the
Zoom.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
So just to clarify through you, Mr. Chairman, Jason's raised the issue. It is included in the fees and charges next year, but as of late last year, we've been charged to get degas fridges and air conditioning units. So we're just proposing to pass that on to customers. That's a direct cost to us. So that then goes as scrap rather than being dumped into Mount Kiwi. It's relatively not a huge cost, but it is in the fees and charges next year.
Your Worship.
Technically, we'd have to accept that as a late item, would we, and then put it as a.
No,
How do we do that on the report?
I think it could also be that we don't actually need a resolution for that. I think what we're saying is that it's our intention to recover costs because we always have the ability, even though you've got set fees and charges, that if costs change, that you can actually recover your costs. You're entitled to do that. So I think the point would be that would be our intention, and we're advising you through this platform. If council said, hey, actually, we don't want to change that, then we would listen to what you're saying in that respect. But generally, the principle is recover your costs.
Councillor Finch.
Thank you. I put in a service request about the reserve beside the tennis court in Tyree Mouth and wanted to know whose it is because it's in a disgrace. And I haven't got anything back about that yet. Thank you, that's great. So is that our reserve? Great. Yeah, thank you.
Right, any further questions for Jason? If not, someone prepared to move the recommendation on page 77, that the Infrastructure Strategy and Operations Committee receives the operations update, green space and waste. Moved Councillor Herbert, seconded Councillor Ludeman. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. On to item number 4, page 79, the operations update, water. Linda.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I take the report as read and happy to take any questions.
Your Worship.
Thank you. Page 83, please, Linda, on biofilters. We're under this new regime and we were going to be doing upgrades more regularly, churning it up a bit. How often are we replacing those beds?
The frequency, I think, is every 7 years, 7 or 10 years. It's quite a long time frame. So I've just done 2, and they're looking really pretty good.
Oh, right, that's excellent. I thought it was far more frequent.
The other piece of news that's actually hot off my email just this afternoon. So ORC rang me last week about reviewing all of the abatement notices we've got on our biofilter sites. We've got the Tapanui one was lifted last year in December. We've still got 4 abatement notices. They're using the review window for the Tapanui consent to look at some of the conditions within the consent, particularly around how they calculate the 90th percentile for some of the measures. And that's also on the back of some feedback that we've been working through with them, but also echoed by some comments from the court findings for the City Care court case, where they've said it's unclear, and they have agreed with that. So that that's kicked off today in terms of us being notified. We get to engage with them to talk that through, and they did say that if the changes are made, then potentially the remaining abatement notices will be lifted on the back of that. So that is a positive outcome. That doesn't mean we stop doing what we're doing in terms of maintenance and housekeeping.
Councillor Kennedy.
Through you, Chair. Tapanui, any reason why the quick drop in the water situation there over the reservoirs?
No, we haven't been able to determine what that is, but it seems to be holding.
And the other thing, has the fluoride started?
Yes.
Definitely.
Fluoride's in all of the 4 sites.
Thank you.
Councillor Herbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, just through you. So Linda, the reticulation contract, the way the last sentence reads there, we're waiting on the lead contractor to get his paperwork done from his subcontractor, is that right?
Yes, we've kind of worked through the financial stuff. There's still a little bit to go because we need to see some overhead information. So we're waiting for them to now work their, what they're calling a back-to-back contract with the delivery partners, given that we've now got all of our clauses agreed.
So is there a time frame we've given them, or it's just come back to us?
Well, there isn't necessarily a time frame. Well, I'm going to start putting heat on, but they have dropped the prices now to reflect the new margin that we've agreed without signing the contract. I suggested it would be in order, and they've done it. So that's a positive.
Any further questions for Linda? If not, back to the resolution on the recommendation on page 79 that the Infrastructure Strategy and Operations Committee receives the operations update order. Moved Councillor Payne, seconded Councillor McCrosty. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. On to page, what are we? 86?
Yeah.
Another item for information, the Infrastructure Strategy and Delivery Update. Donna.
Jules, are you doing that?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes, unfortunately, Don MacArthur's been ill for a few weeks, but we expect her back at work tomorrow, so that will be great to have her back. By all accounts, she's feeling much better and raring to go. So happy to take this report as read and answer any questions. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 91, Jules, contract 841 Hospital Creek. Everything's completed and yet it came through died sent a message to us, Hospital Creek, something's happening, they're shutting it down.
Yeah, so all the physical works were complete. There's just a bit of extra additional topsoil that we need to put in there just to, like the liner and everything was part of the initial contract. But it does need a bit of a top up of topsoil.
So
it's
there's
just,
nothing wrong with that?
No, it's just to get some of that topsoil placed into even it all up. And we aren't going to have it closed while the grass establishes. We're going to reopen it again. So hopefully we can get a bit of consistent rain and we can get some grass coverage.
Bit of orderly growth.
Councillor Herbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple of questions / comments. 1.3, the Lawrence stormwater modelling. It just says in the last piece here that there's engineers doing options analysis now. Would any part of that analysis involve, making sure they've got some local information that would be quite valuable, Jules? Do they keep them in the loop with local people that know what's happened on the ground in those events?
Yeah, we've actually taken a bit of a personal interest in this one, and we're expecting some information to come back in the next 2 weeks on a specific problem area within Lawrence that was impacted about a year ago. We have got some local information from some contractors, and that's been fed through to us, and Mike Goldsmith's been sort of liaising with the modelling team doing that as well. So definitely keen to look at what we get back and make sure there's sort of local sanity check on that.
Appreciate that. My second one, the box culvert, it's pretty Donna wasn't here, the box culvert area, and I stopped and had a look the other day, and look, they look fantastic, and it almost looks like overkill. But I've said to a few people, I think we'd rather be known for doing something once and doing it properly than having to go back after a few years. So my question, I'm not sure if you can answer it. When you've got a box culvert that's made out of modern concrete and you've got galvanised steel, how long should those things last? I would have thought they could last 80 to 100 years.
Well, a box culvert should last, a concrete box culvert should last 100 years.
They are designed to last 100 years.
Yes, 80 to 100. Steel, maybe not so much without some maintenance. But in terms of the sizing, there's what NZTA have criteria about a bridge manual, and it has to be designed for a certain size flood event. That includes freeboard and those sorts of things. So to get our Waka Kotahi or NZTA funding, we go through the bridge manual, we make sure we apply what that says, and that determines the size based on the size of the catchment.
Thank you. Looks great.
Jules, page 90, suspension bridge 476. That's not in the photo, is it? Because that's on a suspension bridge.
I wouldn't have thought so.
No, that's Roberts Road.
Yeah, it's Roberts Road.
Bridge 482.
Oh, right. Sorry, my mistake. Councillor Cathwood.
You through the chair, just an update, Jules. I work at a sewage
Pump station?
Yeah, pump station.
Yep, the contract.
Relocation?
Yes, we're expecting to. We had a pretty good response from the tenderers. The project staff are still working through the tender evaluation process. It's looking like the contract to construct it is, we expect it to hopefully come in under budget, and that tender award will be going through to Steve either late this week or early next week. So we had a good response, and yeah, we'll then get that underway once that tender's awarded. But it's not quite awarded yet.
Councillor Finch.
Thank you. 3.2, the contractor plans to establish on-site at Riverside Road, Tari Mouth this week. To do what, please?
So Riverside Road was a seal extension project. So
it is.
Yeah, there's been a few discussions with some of the locals around gardens and things that are potentially in the way of the work. So yeah, we're working with those locals about trying to get those out of the way so the work can be done.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Any further questions for Jules? If not, there's a recommendation on page 86 that the Infrastructure Strategy and Operations Committee receives the Infrastructure Strategy and Delivery Update. God, missed the service delivery report. Do I have someone prepared to move that? Councillor Mackie, seconded Councillor Wheeler. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. On to page
97.
97. Another item for information, the compliance update report. Kieran. No, it's Daniel.
I've also got Greta Campbell with me. She's a compliance engineer from the team. She's been here for a bit longer than I have, so she'll have a bit more background knowledge about some of these issues, as well as being a bit more of a wastewater expert than I Happy to take the report as being read. Any questions for you, Mr. Chair?
Councillor Finch.
I just had one test when it said non-compliance when integrity tests are not completed every 24 hours. Why were they not completed every 24 hours? What's the deal with that, please?
For Milton, I'm assuming.
Yes, it was.
Yes, so we've had some integrity tests through the Milton plant and they're looking like on M2Web, which is the software that the guys use in the actual site, that they're being completed every 24 hours. It's just not talking to our SCADA system at the moment. We've had a lot of upgrades, but we actually have in-house information that they're being done, but we cannot send that report to the TA at the moment to say, yes, the integrity reports are showing and we're showing 100% compliance. We've had minor issues where Milton might not be doing a compliance integrity test once it restarts after maintenance. We've had that once this year, but we caught it. The guy who runs that plant's onto it. He caught it, ran the integrity test, and it was through 100%. So at the moment, it is a technical non-compliance.
Right. Yep, that's great. Thank you for that.
Any further questions? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rebecca, isn't it?
Close enough.
Yeah, well done. Start with an R. The white on page 110, we've got the Waitahuna will remain on the boil water notice. Like we know that we're aware that the treatment plant's got up to it. So would we not be better off just telling the residents there that once the new water line we're putting in is up and running, that they'll be on a boil water notice until that point?
Let's consider the permanent boil water notice until that plant is built and delivering water to the consumers.
Yeah.
So basically, that's what the situation is.
Yeah, I don't think the residents actually know that though.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the weekly comms that we do, reminding people about boil notices actually states that.
Good.
But there's a lot of words around it.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we need to make it plainer. Maybe we could work with you on what we need to say.
Thanks for the suggestion.
Councillor Catherwood.
Through you, the Chair. I want to just get a quick 101 on, so we've got our reads, our graphs going here, page 99. Example, Purura, zeros and 62%, and they're in an orange, and we've got some greens that hit 100. And so where's the point where we go from red to orange? And then what's the point where we go from orange to green? Because green says good to me. So, and a quick little 101 on what those figures all mean, because it's changed on us from the graphs we're used to.
Page
99.
So Purura watershed compliant, you'll see August to December 2023 was 0% compliance because that plant was on a bypass, so it was bypassing a lot of its treatment factors, so we could not report any compliance. That's why it was on a boil water notice at that stage. December 2023, actually, the new clarifier came on board and it started processing the water through the full treatment process, including filtration. And so that went to a moderate non-compliance because we still weren't compliant for the whole of December, for the 31 days of September. Yeah. And January, we were compliant for 61% of the month. And so then we were able to come into January and remove the boil water notice for a lot of the disinfection process. And then we were able to lift Carker Point as well. So the pretty much 0% in red, significant non-compliance. We started to make progress into the orange, which comes moderate, and then green is obviously 100% compliance with that particular rule. And those rules are actually outlined at the end of the report too. So if you need a little bit more information on what the actual rule reads as, there's some extra facts in there because sometimes it's hard to get your head around when they're just in short.
So again, through you, Mr. Chair, we created a dashboard to summarise everything.
It's changed. The reads it.
126 we have the rules. 26.
Councillor Volwela.
Just back to the issue that Councillor Martin raised, it was really about awareness of boil water notices and such like. A resident or somebody had moved to the district recently, just last year, was connected to schemes that is on a boil water notice, and at the moment is permanently, that scheme seems to be on permanent notice. Is there some way of, they didn't know about antenna and things like that, but perhaps should those things actually be noted on limbs that water schemes, where a water scheme. Yeah.
Through Mr. Chair, I can speak to that from what I've dealt with in the past. Yes, it has been. When I worked up in South Canterbury as a drinking water assessor, some of the water suppliers would have that on they would make sure that was part of the agreement for the property. Or because there were some very long permanent boil water notices in place. An old rule from the Ministry of Health was that if you had a permanent boil water notice in place, you had to have a sign beside taps. Very few people followed that. So you go to a holiday home or an Airbnb, and I'd even asked people when I was calling up about illnesses in their family that they thought were caused by water, and people wouldn't have a sign next to their tap. So something along those lines of what you've suggested would be a good idea for people that are moving into the region. Hopefully, we wouldn't be needing that for too long.
Yes, that would be the ideal. Thank you.
Right, any further questions, councillor Barron?
2 questions, please. The wastewater into the Clutha River at Finnegan, how often is the water tested, or the river water tested at that point?
Monthly,
Monthly? From a boat or from the shore?
from the shore.
From the shore. I understand there's work going on still down there, but has there been an improvement in the quality of the water since the new work has been installed? The 2-pond system?
That has not been fully commissioned yet. We have the bioshells in, but the blowers aren't connected, and it hasn't shown massive improvement at this stage for the 2 main parameters. Just find it on my page.
It's 119, I think.
So Balclutha is still maintaining a non-compliance for ammoniacal nitrogen. But we would expect to see some improvements there once those blowers are installed and the short circuiting being, I wouldn't say eliminated, but much more reduced due to the new baffle. I'd say probably, hopefully by June is what we've been outlined.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? If not, I have someone prepared to recommendation on page, what page are we? I've lost it. Oh, councillor Lehman, sorry.
I've just moved.
Oh, you have?
Yep.
Seconded. Councillor Herbert, all those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried, and that brings this meeting to its conclusion. Thank you.
Committee. There's no apologies. Any declarations of interest, please? No public forum, no declarations, any late or urgent items? No, then we'll be moving on. Welcome. Mark.
Thank you. Are you ready for my?
We are. Thank you.
Okay, through the Madam Chair. Building controls has been off to an interesting start for the year. We did have a conditional clearance with IHANS. That's now been upgraded to a full clearance, so that's a big achievement. And we've managed to shake them off to our normal cycle, which will be back in January next year, so that's really good news. We're moving forward to a online consenting system. We're hoping to have a test environment up and running within the next 2 weeks, and hopefully that'll be implemented by May. So that'll really bring us into line with pretty much most of the rest of the county councils in New Zealand. Consent numbers have remained sort of fairly static, but there's actually, the numbers are increasing, but the value of works is still down really low. So there's sort of been a shift from housing to alterations. And we're already getting a large number of heaters coming in already for this time of year, which is fairly unusual. With animal control, we have now added the percentage into the numbers, which sort of gives a better clarification on things, which when you look at the total dogs registered, it's actually 98%, which I actually think is quite a high achievement. But pretty much that, I'll be open for any questions.
Any questions, please? Mayor Cadogan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a question actually, Malcolm. I just reading through the whole committee agenda. I found it real easy to go through last night. It was concise. The information was there, so thank you for the new format. I enjoyed it.
Thank you. I have one question. The dangerous dogs, the fourth is unregistered. So what's happening about that? Dangerous dog.
That's one where we're trying to get the dog registered. There will be infringement notices followed up on that one as we work through the process.
Okay, right. Any further questions? Councillor Payne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, Malcolm, please don't take offence at this. It's sort of happy wife, happy life stuff. My wife's going through a consenting process with the Cly School with the boiler system there. Now, it's been a comedy actually watching all of the process unfolding, but she just got a non-compliant notice, and it was at day 20, which is the last day of to be within the realms, isn't it? Yeah. Is that standard practice to draw it right out at day 20, or there was 10 non-compliant things? Now, some of them were as simple as a signature or a cheque being paid and things like that. So is that a common practice to take that for 20 days, or would that happen within 10 days? Or
but normally, like our average processing days for last month was 14 days. Right. The particular one you're talking about, they're trying to do some of the work under Schedule 1 that doesn't require a building consent. And it's quite
aware of some of the funny stuff that's going on.
So, and we've also found some errors in the documents, which of course won't be the school's fault, but yeah, it's an interesting one to work through.
I've seen a bit about passing going on, but yeah. So also then, so she wants to know also. Look, the second part of this is it's going to start with another 20-day period. Is that what it's going to take or not? Or, and does she still have to pay any more money? So, like I said, happy wife, happy life.
Look, that's for some reason people have the conception that when a consent goes on hold, that 20 days starts again when the information comes in. That's not correct. The 20-day is a statutory time clock. So just say on day 10 it goes on hold. If it takes 3 months for the people to answer, the clock starts again on day 10. So when it gets out to 20 days and we're still, this one will run over, we'd probably have to look at the reasons why it run over, but there's already been, I believe, 3 RFIs out on it. So I would suggest that it's not so much an internal problem, but yeah.
No, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham?
Yeah, I've been getting on Facebook lately, and there seems to be a lot of wandering dogs around Waihola. Is that an issue, or is it just because I seem to find the things with dogs in Waihola? It might be a
Look, Sarah, I'm not aware of the posts you're talking about. I mean, I know I couldn't even tell you what the stats are for a whole lot off the top of my head. I know that there's been like dogs that are picked up with us if we know about them and can catch them.
There used to be an issue in Kai. Is that been resolved or is it still?
I'd have to, sorry, I'd have to break the stats right down to see the area, so I couldn't answer that off the top of my head.
There's one there about wandering lunatics.
Councillor Barron?
Malcolm, to Councillor Fisher, is the, do you compare the building consent value that we issue that comes through your department with other areas in South Island, New Zealand? Is the whole South Island down a little bit, or is it just?
Yes, through Madam Chair. I haven't compared the values of works, but there has been definitely a drop off in consent numbers up and down that.
All over.
Yeah. I do know one of our neighbouring councils went for 3 weeks without receiving a building consent. So.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Yes, councillor Martin.
Through you, Madam Chair. Malcolm, I'm just looking at the building consents average days. It's on page 7. I just note, like, you go back to July last year, it fluctuates a bit. October, there was a big spike there. Was there staff illness or something why the processes were slower? And then, surprisingly, of all months, January, you're down to 8 days. Was that be just the workload, like the less consents to process, or?
Pretty much, Councillor Martin. Yes, it does come down. January, our boxes were looking very empty, even though our initial processing box might look empty. Sometimes there's up to 50 consents still waiting for information to come in.
Yeah.
So January is pretty much a month where a lot of the designers and that are off most of the month. So we generally don't see a lot come in for January. If you turn the clock back to other months, like if you look at the quantity approved, it's, I guess the numbers game is a wee bit of a hard one, because if you take the winter months, we do get a lot of heaters going through, and we generally have about 180 consents just on heaters. And technically speaking, they're only like an hour and a half process. So yeah, of course you do put a lot of those through into there. And like you can't compare them to like a house consent, or even if you take like the hub building or something, where that's a couple of weeks to process that. So.
Any further questions? There's not. Somebody move the recommendation, please, on page 3. It's just receiving the report. Thank you, councillor Phelps, and a seconder. Councillor Bolwala, all those in favour? Aye. Those opposed? That is carried. Moving on to page 15. Thank you. She's online, yep. Can you hear us?
She's still got her microphone muted.
Welcome. Thank you. Yes, we can, thanks. Any questions of her report, please? Anybody? Yes, councillor Catherwood.
Question through the chair would be page 23, just the Freedom Camp Ranger report, health and safety. Obviously, I was sending a message through to Malcolm, which is no longer head of this department. I was just following up on that health and safety. The lack of proper communication led to a situation that could have easily been avoided. I just want to check that the actual motor camping Clutha Valley Motorhome Association have had an
an apology letter from council?
Over.
Oh, it's just the health and safety.
So you'll get back to. Okay, thank you
Thank
for
you.
that. Any further, Councillor Graham?
Through you, Madam Chair, on page 20 there, abandoned vehicles, how long is a vehicle sitting on the road, how long before it's turned abandoned and we do something about it? Thank you.
Councillor Phelps?
Just through Madam Chair, just on page 23, the Ks that the rangers do, I just think like 11,000 Ks, is that it? Do they have to do those Ks or is it part of the process, or it just seems that seems a lot of Ks in 1 month.
So, Madam Chair, like, obviously, they're not like, police monitoring speeds that sit there and don't do any Ks, if that's the case. Their job is to go out to all the weird and wonderful places we have in the district, because it's those weird and wonderful places that are at risk from freedom camping and the damage that's caused. So we do expect them. One of the KPIs of success would be you're out and about doing lots of things, are being seen, and are getting around all those places. So we do expect high kilometres travel.
Councillor Bolwine?
Yeah, just related to that, I'd like to thank the Freedom Camping Rangers because I saw one of them at Torrey Mouth on a Saturday, and that's the northernmost part of our district, and they were travelling down the back roads, down the coast roads where people could be expected to be not to be checked up on. So I think the distances they're travelling are quite reasonable given the size of our district.
Thank you. Councillor Martin?
I'd like to add to Steve and Councillor Volwilla's comments there, and I've actually stopped and spoken to the rangers in Lawrence at the sleepover area that we have there, and I think they actually do a really good job for the council in promoting the district too, because I've watched them interact with other travellers in the motorhomes, and they strike up the conversation, and then they start talking about, I was in the Catlins, it's been really lovely there today, or at Torrey Mouth. So they're on state 8 when they hit the turn-off. They've got options left or right. So I think they add a bit more value than just their role as checking up on people. They actually engage and interact with the travellers. I think it's a really good win-win situation, to be quite honest. And how we put a value on that, I don't know. But from a ratepayer's perspective, seeing them interacting with the travellers, I reckon it's great, good encouraging.
Thank you. We'll pass on those. Thanks for that. Any further questions? Councillor Barron?
Through the chair, just an interesting question on page 16. RM 3041, consent for 50,000 cubic metres of aggregate extraction over a 5-year period. in the rural resource area. Is this from land or from rivers? It's a quarry, would have to be land.
I would expect it to be land, councillor, because otherwise there'd be other issues. Most likely to be land, but,
Okay, yeah, it's a big amount. Something.
Any further questions of this report, please? If not, would somebody like to move the recommendation, please, back on page 15, that we receive the report? Thank you, councillor Graham, seconder. Thank you, councillor Vollweiler. All those in favour? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 3. Welcome, Kelly.
With the permission of the chair, given we're a new team, I might take just a moment and explain the primary function.
Thank you.
can you speak? You're quiet.
So I think you can think of the community and facilities operations team as having 4 key functions. The first function is primarily around sustaining, connecting and developing the community, and that falls into 4 different elements. There's obviously the aquatics team, there is community support and development advisor, and then there is waste and road safety. So the last 2 functions are public education, and the first one is our developing the community. The next component is the community's facilities supervisor, that is code for effectively our housing units and also looking after buildings like this. The third part is through Mike and his My Place projects, which are very focused on community projects. And the final part is team support, which is through Cheryl Marie and myself. So those are the 4 key functions. What I'm hoping to do in future is redevelop this report to be more of a dashboard, as you've seen in some of the other areas, and you'll see on page 26 the start of that. That will obviously evolve over time. The only report that won't be included in that is Mike's. It's my view, having reviewed our situation, that he has a function that works at the moment. He has a reporting cycle, and there's a high level of interest in what he does, so that will continue to be a separate and additional report to the rest of the community team. It's my hope that that report adds more value than the time it takes to read, so that is my goal for you all. I'm happy to take questions on either what I've suggested or the rest of the report.
Thank you for that. Questions? No? I just have one. What is the term on page 26? BHAG exceeds expectations, please. Page 26. That's on the left-hand side.
That's strategic shorthand. Very audacious. What we've done is we've.
Sorry, what did you say that again? I didn't get that.
Big, hairy, audacious goal.
I would not have caught that.
For clarification, we've set 3 sets of criteria. So there are fixed KPIs, and taking an example of the aquatic services, things like visitor numbers, are they as we expect them? Are they as we were last year? Number of injuries and water quality. We test our pools every 2 hours, just by the by. The next set are variance EPIs, and they are things like if we had unexpected shutdowns, we need to understand why and make sure our services continue as soon as possible. But we've also agreed big, hairy, audacious goals, which are the next phase on from that. So that is goals agreed with the team for things that they will push towards.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor
So
Graham.
how do you pronounce that?
BHAG.
It's not bag. So that is old ones, new ones was going to be my question. So, but doesn't matter.
And Councillor Ludeman, please.
Welcome, and seeing as you're new to the team, I'm going to ask a question. As far as the Real Pool goes, is there any chance for more interactive stuff there for kids, especially in school holidays and things. It's often highlighted the lack of fun things to do at the Balclutha Pool. In fact, I went to the Kai Pool opening the other day, and I just thought it was more exciting than the Balclutha Pool.
Through the chair, I agree. I went to the opening as well. and found that pretty exciting.
Yep.
So we have started to talk about our program of events and activities. I think there are two groups that we should be focusing on. Youth is certainly one of them. There have been some issues in the past with some of the water toys that have been used and whether they are appropriately safe or not, which needs reviewing. The other group is age users of the pool, and at the moment we do not provide much of a way of a service for them. That forms part of the BHAG for this team, in fact, is once we've got them out of just the operational stuff they have to do on a day-to-day, they can start to get their head above the parapet and start to reconsider our programming for the community.
Thank you. I'd be very happy to that because I think there's a need to consider
Any further questions? Councillor Martin?
Welcome, Kelly. Kelly, on page 28, 29, I see you had Safer Seniors. You're doing a bit for the seniors in the immediate area, Clutha and Milton. Have you just got plans to do anything in West Otago and Lawrence to engage with the seniors out there?
So I think one of the, sorry, through the chair, I think one of the issues for our teams is starting to make use of some of our community libraries, for example, to start to deliver some of the services to the communities. And I've started conversations with me about how we might start to do that. I think we need to review some of our programs, check that they are appropriate and start to deliver them. I think the other one, just by the by, is at the moment youth's access to learner licenses is very restricted by location and distance. And we've started a conversation now about how we might go offer that through those same locations. Across the region.
Yeah, because we do have some very adequate facility assets the council has in Lawrence and Tapanui. So, and we've got staff that are there. And what I've noticed in my short career as a councillor, that a lot of the people, the elderly, go to the service centre, and they could be they're there to the library or whatever other needs, but there's so much information in our assets out there in the wider community around the civil defence components, just the little things when the water goes out, how to be prepared, and I just see a lot of value in delivering some of those things with the seniors in our outlying areas via our assets we've already got. We've got all the information, we just need someone to collate it. So.
I think for a lot of our age community, isolation is a real issue. This sort of ability to be social and have a purpose to be social.
That's right, yeah. And they can't come to us, they can't come down here to Clutha, but if you guys can go to them, I think it would add a lot of value. Thank you.
Councillor Barron?
On page 36, Kelly, the Dog Agility Group you're gonna lease some land to them. Do you know when that is expected or when the container they're expected to start that?
Sorry, I did know that and it slipped my mind. I'll confirm for you.
Just that they currently use the AMP Society horse stables. And, they've just signed an agreement with those. I'm just wondering how long before they move from there to there.
Yeah, no, I'm afraid I don't know, but I will find out.
Thank you.
Further questions? You'll see on page 38 the Youth Council. So we had our first meeting on the 26th of February, a new chairperson and deputy chairperson. And so we've got a great group of youth again this year, and they're setting up to get things underway again already. So it's really good to have them on board. No further comments, questions? Somebody like to move the recommendation on page 24 that we receive that report? Councillor Graham and seconded Councillor Herbert. All those in favour? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much for that. Moving on to page 40 and item 4. Mike.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, happy to take the item as read, but maybe just a couple of points, I guess, as well. obviously, there's been a bit of work to revise this report, the format of this report, or to provide a little bit more information. And I wasn't able to come to the last meeting, but I did watch, and I did note that there was quite a lot more discussion on it than there had been previously. So I think that that work was hopefully justified, and it is useful for you. Just note where you can obviously see from the report, there's a huge number of projects that are touched on in here. Obviously, I'm not involved, personally in all of those, and some of them are previous project work that's been undertaken. But I guess the purpose of this report again is to bring together anything that's relevant to the objectives that are included in those Our Place community plans, and provide an overview of, at a high level, but still with some detail about the progress that's been made. So, and just lastly note that it is a work in progress, and I'm continuing to source information from different teams on various items.
That's appreciated. Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Mayor Cadogan?
Yeah, thanks for the report, Mike. I had just two things. There was community questions raised around the 2 destination toilets, and I see on page 43 and 44 we've got Balclutha 473,000 for construction and Milton 650. Whereas the question when it came out in the public, it was 2.1 or something. So am I reading it from this report that the actual construction, forget the land, the design, everything else, to build those toilets was 475 and 650? That is the cost of construction.
Yeah, so through Chair, those numbers were provided to me by.
That paints an
I can go back and confirm them.
It paints an entirely different picture. Where, look at that build. The building was that amount, the buying of the land, the design of the lighting, the everything else. So, it sort of certainly paints a different picture. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Vola.
I just think in relation to that, have to note that those figures presented there are the council funding for it, not necessarily the entire stock facilities. It's also external funding.
Right, thank you. Further questions? No? Then we'll have somebody move the recommendation on page 40 that we receive the report, please. Councillor Wollweiler, Councillor McCrosty, all those in favour? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you for that, Mike. Moving on, page 52, and Debbie, yes, you are here, Debbie. Welcome. Thank you. Long day.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. So just firstly, I'd just like to mention that apologies, there are a number of typos in here that some of you may have picked up. I'm sorry, this went down to the wire and I didn't get proofread, unfortunately. Also too, at the time of writing, we only had the data available from our various stats for January. However, the narrative actually talks about January and February in terms of activities and programs. Just a couple of things I'd like to point out. Obviously been busy time again for us. And just building on what Kelly was saying, yes, we have started discussions and talking about how we can work together to actually look at our sectors and leverage what we do in a combined and integrated way. Because children and old folk are two key focus areas for us as well. So January, in terms of programs, so libraries are about lifelong learning, so that whole education thing really fits with us. We work already a lot with some of the team and anyone who's providing information or learning. So we actually had 458 people participate in library programs in January. So that's pretty good across the district, I think. Most interest is in the visitor information. You'll notice a huge increase in the eyesight, proving extremely popular in its new location, and having the bus tours and things coming through is making a real difference. We noticed over the holidays that we had a lot of the locals a lot went away, so we saw lots of people come in and stack up on books and things and head away on holidays. We felt just seeing these continual changes gradually each season post-COVID, we're slowly going back to pre-COVID times, where those that can will get away, but for those people who are home around the place, they are using our facilities very heavily, and lots more incoming visitors. So apart from that, I'm happy to take it as read and happy to answer any questions.
Questions, please. No questions? Well, very happy. That was a good report. Thank you very much for that, Debbie. Somebody willing to move the recommendation then, please? Councillor Phelps, and a seconder, please. Councillor Herbert. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. And that concludes our meeting. Thank you, people. How long did that?
Corporate and Policy Committee meeting, call for any apologies? No apologies, any declarations of interest? Urgent business, I have got a, one late item, request to accept a late item for the revised long-term plan schedule.
That's public excluded, isn't it?
No. Not the long-term plan one.
No.
Revised schedule.
No.
You'll move that the acceptance. Okay. Seconder, please. Councillor Kennedy.
Madam Chair, we are suggesting that we do that one just in front of item 4, because they're combined, I think it is. The Coles plan will have an outdated table now, it's my understanding, so it would be best to deal with that item just in front of that.
Do.
Okay. Okay.
No, because that's just something we that's an internal procedure.
And no public forum? Okay. Right, we'll move on to item 1, which is an item for decision. The Kaitangata Reserves change of ownership. Might just speak to that, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm happy to take this item as read and answer any questions.
Nico Dogan.
As always, what a real positive and smart move by the community group, and I'll be happy to move both recommendations.
Maybe the second, one by it's great policy by these people to ensure the longevity and the future of that. Those, great.
And I mean, we know that the BMX track is well looked after by the communities. Any further discussion? Okay, so I'll put 2 recommendations there, that we received the report and that we direct staff to transfer ownership of all land titles in Kaitangata from Kaitangata Promotions to the District Council. We've moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carry.
Giving you an easy run, mate.
Item 2, Clifford Stars update report, Christina.
Kia ora koutou. So we know that teams who have more control of their work, set their own goals and understand what is expected of them are more productive and efficient. We know from our last engagement survey that our people want clarity of what's expected and they want to be recognised for their hard work. We know our people expect change and us to listen to them through change. The real intent and purpose of this program is to make CDC a great place to work. And this framework provides our strategy for effectively change. Change brings emotions and it is challenging, and we have done a lot. We've introduced this framework, we've introduced KPIs, we've introduced new quarterly reporting, we're consulting on a leadership expectations packet, and we've introduced new values as well. Soon we can say that we've listened, we've made changes, we've given staff the training, the resources, the space and the time to make a plan. We all want to see results, and it's really easy and human though to revert back to what we always used to do. So we have introduced a new report, which is that quarterly report that on the attachment, to track our improvements and just to keep us honest. So happy to take any questions on that.
Christina, sorry, Madam Chair, in introducing this report, we're expecting this report to be then shifted across into the particular committee that it reports to. So it's the building and repertories, that would be Malcolm's side of things, would have been the previous committee, and it would form part of his normal report moving forward.
And as each team goes through Clue for Stars, then you'll expect to see that report as well.
Any questions for Christina? Councillor Herbert.
Mine's just a quick question. Thank you, Christina. So just on page 12, the graphs that are there under financial, what's it actually telling me? Like if I look at the dog income for the full year of 400,000 versus expenses of like about 10, what's that actually referring to? The income expenses for the total dog activity, or what's that actually telling you in that graph?
What we're trying to do is make it easy for the teams to understand at a glance what it means as well. So what I've been told is red is bad and green is good. But we need to put more work around us understanding what those graphs mean as well.
So just why it might seem a bit weird for this particular report is that you remember it's January, so it's like 7 months. The dog income comes in the majority in the first 2 or 3 months, which is July, August, September of a given year. But the budgeted cash flow is on a straight line basis. So why it's sitting in green, it just tells you the story that we've received all this cash early, but the budget doesn't reflect that because it's not, the budget cash flow is not reflecting when you receive it in. So it's highlighting that's the situation. You have to know that that's what it means. When you look at full year budget versus actual, then that will tell you, what it's more likely against the total year budget. So the total year budget means that, if you think again in January, how much more registration income are you going to get? Not too much more, because the majority are already done. And so against the full year budget, when you look at it, it looks like we're going to be receiving under what the budget is. And in fact, when you looked at Sharon's reports in corporate and policy, when you look at those manager reports, it does actually say you're receiving less income. So that's how you would read that item. Okay.
So for a full year, our dog income is going to be around 400,000. Is that right?
The budget. Oh yes.
Yeah, and your expenses are going to be 20 grand.
No, the
20 short. Over.
No. Through you, Madam Chair, I didn't do the graphs, but what you're saying is what I see as well.
Yep. I'm just a bit, we've sort of just gone through our fees and charges and we keep putting things up to match the activity. So it looks to me they're not worth miles apart.
Yeah,
So
so you-
I'm obviously confused the way I've read it.
No, I think you're right. I was concentrating on the dogs and I can explain the dogs one. Obviously, building expenses you would expect to be much higher than what it's currently showing on that. So I think we've got an error in that aspect. That's what we could work through.
Oh, just look,
It's a good point, because you're right, expenses should be much more higher than that for building. I thought I was answering well for dogs, which looks correct to me for dogs, but you're right around there.
Have you suddenly just included staff costs?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to check exactly that, Simon. This will be potentially, I'm guessing, expenses that relate directly to dogs only. But I'll check and we'll get some explanations added to what's in there and what you're looking at.
And we took out anything that that teams can't control. So we have no ability to control that side of things. So the team, if they can't control it, which is what Kusasan's about, there's no point in them seeing that. So the intention is to make it easier for them to understand their budgets, because it's clear from talking to staff that we need to improve in that space. So I need to improve on that that graph, and we need to work together to ensure that our teams understand that graph as well.
Any more questions for Christina? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Christina. So we've gone through Malcolm's department. So which one are you starting on now?
We're working with the finance team, so Sharon.
You look good,
Right.
Sharon.
And then, so what's your rollout time? What's your time frame do you think you'll get around the teams?
So I talk a little bit about it in the body of my report, and so all of our milestones are set out in there. It will take all of this year and then into next year as well for us to get through the entire organisation.
Oh, it's not too bad a time frame though.
Yep. So majority of our, yeah.
Mika Dogan.
With all the pressure that the finance team is under and with the time restraints and everything, was it considered to hold that off until after the LTP and the strangulation process that we're going through?
Our teams are all consulted with on what time is appropriate for them. So it wasn't, hey, you're going to go here. The question was, does it suit for your team to go in this time? We know that the finance team always have something going on, so it was agreed with that team that we will go through it at this stage. And they are doing an amazing job and being flexible and actually using the things that we're learning in our sessions to make it work, and I think that's really awesome.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, we've got a recommendation on page 8. We received the Cliff Stars update report. Do I have?
Happy to move.
Thank you. And Councillor Kennedy second. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Page 14, the policy team report. Peter.
And just highlight, I think, Madam Chair, that we wanted to deal with that late item 2.
Now or
Now.
after?
Because it picks up the next one.
That's number 2 was this one.
Yeah, you carry on. We'll do the next one.
Through you, Madam Chair. I'll take the report as read, except for 2 parts, which will be picked up by the late item. And that's on the second page, under item point 2, the last 2 elements, audit of the LCP consultation package. The dates there and the LCP consultations, the dates there will be considered as part of the late item. Through you, Madam Chair, 2 questions.
Any questions for Peter? Okay, there's a recommendation there on page 14 that we receive the policy team report. Is someone happy to move? Councillor Volwheeler, Councillor Mackie, second. Okay, now go to all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Thank you. page 16, the long-term plan, communication plan report, plus the late item of the revised schedule.
Yes, Madam Chair, so why we're thinking we just deal with the late item one, because obviously the comms plan will need to be amended by this particular decision, and we'll just, when you do approve the comms plan, it'll be subject to this decision as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. It stays, yeah.
Is it me?
Yeah, yeah.
So, okay, so it's a team effort, Sharon, and that. Okay, so the issue is we put the consultation document and supporting documents to audit, and we were always subject to audit's viewpoints on it. And audit had and audit came back and told us pretty recently that they had like 3 or 4 major concerns with what they were looking at. Apart from that aspect of it, one of the issues arising from that was that we already had a tight time frame that we'd advised to people. That audit was going to give us the sign-off at a 2-week period. They're going to get us a sign-off on the 27th, and we had the 28th scheduled meeting to approve all the documents. So the known risk was any changes that audit might have. If it wasn't a smooth road, we'd really be struggling to be able to get that into a 28th. That was one thing. And then secondly, by doing that audit, we're also saying with a smooth road, we think we might be able to do it by the 27th, but they had a full 2-week period, which was to the 28th. And so with the significant issues that they identified that we need to be doing further work on and to complete the audit, they advised that they need all the way up to the 28th to be able to complete the audit. And of course, that then meant we needed to relook at the whole schedule as a result. And we needed to also give ourselves time to put it together properly for the consultation. And also we highlighted, and we already knew we were going to need to make a change. There was only half a day scheduled for hearings. And we believe that we're going to need 2 days for hearings because of the expected number of submissions that we're going to be having. So we've made that change as well in the proposal. And when we've flowed through, and what we've effectively done is worked back from when is the last possible moment we can have everything completed and signed off to ensure we get a rates assessment in the August period. That's essential. We've discussed that before. It's within the 3-month extension that we're entitled to get, which is what the government's provided us. So we're still meeting those requirements, but it gives all of us time, including councillors, because councillors have signalled that they want quality time to go through decisions that they want to take around the program and all that. So you don't want to be rushed, and then staff don't want to be rushed, and so therefore we've taken the opportunity by audit basically saying that we can't make the 28th anyway, that we were intending to just push out the whole program to make it more reasonable for all of us by working backwards about the last possible date. And so that's the consequence. The decision points were 27th isn't going to work, which means the 28th can't work. They're going to get it to the 28th, but that's outside what we intended to do. Therefore, everything's on the table, and actually we need to make some changes around decision making. And one of them, for example, is to before we get to the 2-day decisions that we're giving as well. Sorry, it was the decisions, not the hearings. 2-day decisions rather than half-day decisions. Is that we want to give you the opportunity, having seen the submissions and things like that, to tell us what areas you would like to have us to, research into, to have a look at, to open the books or whatever. So we actually have the time to be able to do that, and then you've got the 2 days to work your way through it. So we'll give you that opportunity. none of which we really could have been doing under the old plan. So the idea is to give you and us as much time as we can, so that, you can make whatever decisions you want, but you've got information to support those decisions. Hope that explains it.
Well,
So Steve, the new workshop on the 11th of April, is that specifically for anything in one particular?
Yes, so there's a number of subjects. We were originally going to introduce that as part of I think it's the 27th decision-making. 27th meeting, we're going to do that. There's a number of items like representation review we've got to deal with. We do have to find time to renegotiate or redetermine the service agreement with Clutha Development. Got to fit that in somewhere, so we need to put that in there as well and give you the time to reprioritise what you want to do with that contract. So those are just things that need to be done, and we've got to find time to put them in.
Okay. Councillor Catherwood.
So through you, Madam Chair, so the question is, you've alerted us to a long session there, four items of significance from audit. Can you please name the 1 to 4s?
Sure. Sharon?
Madam Chair, it was 3, not 4. And it was the process around applying for the credit rating. So it was the process around
That was
that.
a debt limit issue?
And it was about the surety, when we would get it, they just wanted a bit more guidance on how the process worked, who was involved, that kind of thing. So that was one. And another one was our debt limit throughout the plan and understanding that better. And that was the...
One was process and one was the limit.
Well, that was the year 10.
It was the year 10 limit because it was like breaching the cap. And the third one was the capital program and the doability of it, because the numbers were pretty big. We had some big things in there, like some massive wastewater treatment plants and things like that. So they wanted us to do more work behind why we think we can do it.
Yeah. And so they basically said, in terms of the year 10 breach, you can't put out a plan with a year 10 breach. We will give you an adverse opinion. And so that has to be reworked, and that's what we've been working on now to deal with that. The doability, we're working to give them the information around that, to give them some certainty. I think we're getting some real good progress on that. And they just were telling us about the credit rating that they didn't feel, or they were just warning us that we can't go out with a approved plan at the end of the period, at the end of the day, without the credit rating. And
You couldn't have it as an assumption, you didn't have it.
Yes.
Even though it's an assumption.
Yeah. So we needed to go through that process with them and reassure them around that side. So that's what we've done.
Mayor Cadogan.
Thank you for that. So firstly, when the auditor has concerns, we should have concerns.
Yeah.
The things that were highlighted to me that really, I'm really concerned around our ability to get the credit rating. That's the first hurdle that we've got to get. And the fact that you just can't, we've been saying, it takes a pensioner down to $2.87, $1 in every $2.87. That's what they're saying. It's not just affordability, it's more than affordability, but right here and right now, I think the extension in time that we have gives us the ability to focus on the issues that we need to, which is, because we haven't got too many levers to pull. There is the interest and what we're going to do with interest, and then there's the prioritising of projects, what can be stopped, what can be delayed. And that's what, as a council, in the weeks to come, that is our task. The staff have got the task of dealing with the auditor, with the application, for the credit limit and the like, but for us, we've got to start getting our heads around the long-term plan, the critical issues of the long-term plan, the priorities, and what we're going to do. So I think we're heading into uncharted territory. I've never known that the auditor comes through, but that's where we are. Shows the tenuous position that we're in. And we've got a real challenge ahead of us, and that's why we're going to be staying focused on our game.
So if we pulled out a spreadsheet today, made a decision around this table. Yeah. Told some project, then we can stop it, found some money. Yeah. Carry on.
Why not? Let's do it.
There is
No, that's a question.
Seventeen
So, no, no,
million mil
excuse me,
from
Brett.
swimming pool.
It's a question. Could we make the time today? Pull out those project sheets that we went through in a workshop situation, late December, early January. Go back and look at them now. Make some good decisions. Get rid of this, get back under the debt limit, get rid of your guarantees and carry on. Get rid of the problem.
I'll answer that, Madam
Yeah,
Chair.
it's a question.
Yeah, it's a valid, it's a question, so it's, it's gonna get a valid answer as well. The point is, you got to a program that you approved for consultation based on 12 months worth of work that you were part of, including, strategic documents like activity management plans, and that, some of which we've only just got back, like from the NTU, because that occurred in December, right? So we weren't responsible for those, we worked out through with you on it. The point we're saying is that ended up with a program. You had an ability to work through some projects at a particular time. We pulled those projects out and you made some decisions at that point about projects to get to an agreed consultation position. We have then taken that to audit, right? Because there's an approved audit program based on that. You had to adopt that, or you had to approve it to go to audit. It wasn't us making it up. You had to approve it, right? There are processes here. You approved it, it's with audit. Audit now coming back and they do what they do and they say, hey, there's some problems here, right? We have to make some changes, which we then are required to report back to you, because we want to make sure that we get the audit tick, right? We've got to get that audit right. And we need to deal with a year 10 problem. And we've looked at it and we've had to make some changes that we think are valid changes, which we are expected to report back to you just to meet that problem, right? It's not going back to everything and restarting everything, right? It's only doing what we have to deal with for audit. And that's because you've already approved it. That's what they're working on. If you want to go back and restart everything, right, you can, but I would be saying to you, right, we will need to stop the audit. We will need to restart working with you on things. And also, and so our whole program potentially changes. And honestly, when I set this up here, where we said, I'll give ourselves as much time as possible, right? It was so that you can tell us what you're interested in. We can do the homework so you get it in front of you and you can make valid decisions and informed decisions. Because the thought that you would sit down now and pull out a capital program and just say, out, after you have all gone through a process that you approved, to me is not informed decision making, and is not the right thing. So you asked an answer to your question, and I'm giving you an answer. And we're smack in the middle of a process that's a statutory process that you've already approved for, and that's what we're doing. But I have highlighted and given you, picked up your concerns about wanting to go through everything line by line, and giving you an opportunity to even go further than that and say, CEO, I want you to look at this. Well, I'm going to give you that opportunity. But people are getting confused with going out for consultation and decisions, right? It's out there in the media, everything else, including coming from councillors in here, we were debating almost decisions without having gone through the process for submissions and that. We've got to a situation where you've approved it, we're following due process, it's in for audit, we need to get moving with it. It happens, you get submissions, we'll give you plenty of time to interrogate anything you want and you make final decisions. And that's the process and the way that we do it.
I think it highlights the pressure that we're under like we've never been under before, and why you may have noted that all the older councillors didn't go to a public meeting. We've got to rigidly hold on to the process that we have. It is our LTP, and there will be time for us to go through the process of line by line, but it's not today. And it's after engaging with the public that we then go to that, and we're preempting and jumping, and it's causing a lot of pressure, and it's a lot of confusion in the public, and we owe it to ourselves, and we owe it to the public to believe in our process. There will be a time in May, not March, May, when we've embraced the public and we will go through the line, and there's no harm right now. And, I think we've all got it in our mind, and what about that project? Start thinking them through. There's no problem with having talks with each other to try and see what projects are out there and that. But we have an obligation, we were voted in to do a task. Follow the process. The process at the moment isn't engaging with the public. It's being scrutinised by the auditor. That's the process we're in at the moment. The time will come, and I think that's why you'll find that, I would love to be out there and putting the defences up and showing our position. May. And that's where we are. So we will get those lines done. They will come, and we've got to think that today's not the day.
Councillor Martin.
Madam Chair, could I be excused? I didn't have engagement. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councillor Campbell?
Oh, I'd just like to make a comment back to Brian that I think it was here, it was the 11th December. We had the spreadsheet here. It was the meeting after that we become aware of a debt ceiling cap and the issues that are now coming back from the auditor. So, had I been informed at that stage, it would have been a completely different day around this table.
And
And then this day wouldn't have come.
And that's why we're
That's what I'm saying.
that if we said about Christmas time, everything's off the table, no project isn't to be reconsidered, but our reconsideration is, please guys, follow the process. And when it comes to that decision, we're preempting the decision time. We've got to believe in our ability to do this process properly, and the public are looking and waiting for us to do it.
You've got a legal obligation under the long-term plan consultation, and I think it's quite clearly outlined here. And I mean, we have our goes out for consultation, we have our hearings where we listen, and then we come back for decisions on the 23rd of May. No, it's not now, 12th, 13th of June, 2 full days of decision making. And that's when you look at what happens going forward. I mean, I think.
I can just make a point, Madam Chair, that after Christmas, you had an opportunity to go project by project. I wasn't sure how many councillors were here, but there was an opportunity to go project by project. We had staff sitting in the back that were prepared to jump up and answer questions on the projects, and you made some changes to those projects at that time as well. So there was one round when we had the knowledge of the information that we had about the debt side of it and the proposed rates requirement, where you did go through projects. And as Mayor says, you'll get another go after consultation.
And I think it's also important, team, that we're talking to each other and we're considering the projects and we're listening to each other with an open mind. We listen to the public with an open mind, and then we come back and the staff will promise that if we say X project, they go away, they give us that final information we need, and in May we do them. But we've got to believe in it, guys. If we start unraveling, preempting the decisions, bouncing backwards and forwards, if we do that, the public would rightfully be confused and disappointed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we approve this timeline now, will that then be conveyed to the public? Given, like, will there be some comms or something go out telling people that we're going to be sort of 2 weeks after what? Because there is a lot of interest out there, and a lot of people will have the 28th of March in their mind when the consultation stuff will come out. So my question is, if we decide on this now, how is that information going to then be conveyed to the public?
So that'll be through the comms plan.
The next item.
It's just that you're substituting dates. And so this meeting was going to previously agree to put the comms messaging out from the old things. It'll agree to do another meeting.
It is just like Richard told me, we have to leave for another engagement, but we probably need to personally give him a ring tomorrow or something, Steve.
So,
Happy to move the recommendation.
thank you.
Both 1 and
Both
2.
two. Have a seconder, please. Councillor Graham. So there'll be a a detailed list of this come out to councillors and any other dates that might be, because I see we've got a citizenship ceremony now, and it's kind of getting complicated trying to keep track of what is on, so.
Yes, Madam Chair, once this is agreed, we'll start finalising engine diaries.
Thank you for that.
We actually had all the soapboxes and that done, and they're gone, so my apologies for not getting out on, my son's coming back from Australia, trying to work out a holiday to see my kids for the first time. Too long, and thus, and Anzac, and everything else, but we will get it.
Okay, so the motion's been moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Motion's carried. Now do we go to?
Comms.
Oh, we go to the comms. Page 16. Okay, get up.
Sorry.
Yours.
Good afternoon. I'm happy that this has been taken as read and ask for any questions, acknowledging that you'll change and amend what you've just agreed to.
Any questions for Cara?
And yes, there will be comms going out very quickly on any changes.
No questions? Okay. We've got two recommendations there.
Thank you.
That we received the report and we note the long-term plan communication plan.
To move.
Okay, seconder.
Second.
So Fouts, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion's carried. Page 24, Trey, the management council report. Greg.
Jumps up there and give them some energy, Trey.
Greg.
Oh, Greg, sorry.
Trey's gone for the day, so Greg's gonna do this.
Chair, yes, Trey's back today. We state this report is read, some questions or discussion.
Any questions for Greg? Discussed this morning. There's no questions. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Boldwheeler, Councillor Finch, second. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Investment portfolio report, page 27.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, the status is read, discussion this morning.
Thank you, Dogan.
Get to that finish line, Greg, we're doing all right. I'll move the recommendations, please.
Thank you. That's Herbert. Any further discussion? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Development properties update report. Greg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of quick points to note. We have changed this last time. With the criteria to develop properties, where it's progressing 28 and 30 St Catherine Street. Some building invoices being received from the builder. So with 50 Needle Street, completion of the foundation floor. Roseback Terrace subdivision continue to progress. We've spent just under 1.1 million now. Yeah. So any other questions or?
Any questions? Eka Dagan.
Thank you, sir, for holding this, but just in light of discussions this morning around the subdivision over there, if we're 6 to 8 weeks away from tar seal and finished item, is it now that we should be engaging with the real estate agents and revving the motor so that the minute that tar seal dries, because if you market it in, say, April, there's a chance that people market it in June, July, August, slushing around in the mud, things won't look half as pretty. So do we have an intention to fair rev the motor and catapult into it now?
We'll do that through you, Madam Chair. We'll do that when we can. So we've done it before it's complete, and we'll try to get the most of it as well. And we just have to be careful though that titles don't come until after you complete. So that's like can be 2 or 3 months. So you just got to make sure your timing is right. You can do it early marketing, but what happens when you have to wait 2 or 3 months?
I was just thinking marketing titles, spring build, to try and stimulate. So I'm just putting it out there that I'd be keen to see the engines revving.
we will certainly mark it in advance of completion.
Okay, any further questions for Greg? Now, there's a motion there to receive the report.
Happy to move, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Payne, seconder, councillor Hoover. Order. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Page 34, finance team report, Sharon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'll take this as read, and I'll just highlight though that quotable value is going to be coming and speaking to council at the next council meeting about how the revaluations went, process and what happened. Yeah, other than that, take it as read. Any questions?
Councillor Barron.
I'm ignorant of the quotable value media release that went out, which was from 20 to 23 and increased the value of properties in the Clutha district by quite a lot. So do the rates are based on the capital value of the property, right, or the land value?
Through you, Madam Chair. We have some land value rates, some capital value rates, but the bulk of ours are fixed charges. But obviously the more your property is worth, the more you pay on those other ones. And it's all relative to how it moves. If everybody's in a district moves up the same, your rates won't change. But if Tapanui goes through the roof and Clinton goes down, then it'll be, yeah.
So that QV report we got doesn't affect the rating, those rating spreadsheets that you gave us.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. It does affect it.
It wouldn't if everybody's went up identically, but it doesn't.
So they're out of date now? Yes. Yeah, this is some new ones being prepared.
And it's always the case, councillor.
Yeah. Every
Unfortunately,
revaluation.
we always say as part of the process, subject to whatever happens with the revaluations.
And the revaluation was a bubble, wasn't it, that 20 to 23 period? That not be right? They went up quite dramatically during that period.
Yes, I believe so. But the impact on the rates examples, it depends which pockets of our community, what happened in each pocket of our community, which ones went up. If everybody went up exactly the same, those examples wouldn't change. So it depends which pockets have gone up more, which is why quotable value come and explain to you how that's hit each area and what the process has been and stuff like that.
So when will we see the revised spreadsheets, rating spreadsheets that we were given last meeting?
Very good question. It won't be too far away. We've just got to upload. We have a file from quotable value, but we need to put it in there and spit it out the other end again. But that would be part of what ends up going out for consultation.
Yes, so it has to be as part of the consultation. Sharon, I'm assuming audit must have some look or view on how we apply it. No, we just apply it outside the audit side of things.
Yeah, they will for rates, they'll audit a method of doing it, and then they'll audit all the new quotable value stuff going in.
Yeah. Okay, I think Mika Duggan, did you?
Yeah, no, there's a common misperception, and it's obviously rattling around at the moment, but if our council's overall rate take was 20 million, then it remains at 20 million regardless of the valuation. And if all our houses were worth 100,000 and they all went up to 200,000, nothing would change. The only slight variations is, and it seemed that maybe some of the urbans and some of the coastal urbans have gone up a wee bit disproportionately more than say, it was lifestyle blocks too, I think. So there'll be wee jiggers, but for every winner there's a loser type thing. But that 20 million, or it won't be 20 million now, stays exactly the same. So the rate take doesn't go up.
Councillor Fowles, question?
Just probably a dumb question. With the new QVs, is it going to affect the shares rates for the following year?
Through Madam Chair, next year's, the year one of the long-term plan.
24, 25.
Councillor Bold-Wheeler.
I'll just make the comment. It seems to be the new valuations are coming out later than usual. Usually they're based on September and they'll be out before Christmas. So it does make it appreciate this.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, that has been a bit of a challenge, and that came from the Valuer General. They are staggering them, and it's quite frustrating because people with our valuation's still dated 1st of September, but there's people with valuations dated 1st of October who got theirs in November. We normally get a file in December, quite correct, and this time we've only just got it now. So we would normally have the valuations in your first set of rates examples you'd see, but we didn't have them, so we couldn't do it. Yeah, correct.
Any further questions for Sharon for her report? Okay, there's a recommendation on page 34 to receive the report. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Wheeler, seconder. Councillor Fouts. All those in favour, say aye. Against, motion's carried. Now, 9, the category A projects, you'll have additional information on them. Sharon. Category A projects.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is this second report on these projects for the year. And so they're to be done quarterly, and this is just an update. We've pulled out the financials to the end of February, and project managers have provided some comments, so I'll take it as read and answer any questions if I can.
Councillor Finch.
Thank you. It's got about Taylor Park. What's going to happen to the 2 cabins that are under construction in the meantime? Will they just be staying at the corrections in the grounds?
Madam Chair, no, we'll bring a paper to you to decide for you to tell us where to put the cameras.
Okay, thank
I
you.
thought that told us
Right, any more questions on that report? Okay, no questions. Is a motion there that we receive the category A projects report.
Happy to move.
So Finch, seconder. So Paul Wheeler. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Motion's carried.
No, he does his reports. He just doesn't want to say anything that's confidential.
I know.
And then we'll close the meeting. And then go to
We do.
non-public. And then he'll, yes, once you go to non-public.
Okay, page 39, the ICT report, Skull.
So,
Wait all day.
So, Madam Chair, just so you're aware, Scott will be speaking about public information. And when we go to public excluded, he will want to talk about some non-public cyber security stuff, right? So just so he knows that he's just going to do it that way.
Hello, everyone. I know you've had a very long day, so I'll delve into very technical details and just take a long time explaining it. No, but the short is today's point is just I want to introduce you guys to cyber awareness training and what it is. It is basically training that we have to do as part of our audit framework that we have to do, and it's been proven to be the most effective defense against most attacks. Most of these attacks want to enter through what we call social engineering, as you've seen some of those pictures. But you can have all these kind of defenses and trying to do all the best things, but just by one lapse of concentration or just our human behavior, they press us to quickly make a decision on things. And I think most of us have experienced it through funny text messages or emails that we get. They're really trying to get you to grab onto just one set of information to gain access to your things. So what I'll do today is just, we're going to run you through some examples of our cyber awareness training afterwards, and then also give you the opportunity to ask me questions on these training videos that I show you. And we'll go from there. And I've got AJ here as well that will help you set up what we call multi-factor authentication. That is also for your access into your accounts. Both of these is a must-have in our audit framework that we need to do for everyone. Us here at Council have adopted it. So it's just rolling out to you guys so that you can have also the benefit of being aware of all the risks that's out there. So
this is not just for your personal, for your corporate gain, but also for your personal livelihood, to understand these kind of methods that people employ out there to have us do. But yeah, so this is the short of it, and afterwards AJ and I will play you some videos that you can sit back and relax, and we'll help you also set up your multi-factor authentication.
Okay, so I guess if we move this report now, and then we can close this part of the meeting and go into public excluded. So there's a recommendation there to receive the ICT report.
Yes, I move.
Yep.
Okay, a seconder? Councillor Lolia. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
We,
This is another
the mayor will
meeting.
take it to public excluded. Sorry.
Scott.